In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2021 JBL Quantum Cup. It is the final day of competition here in North America with our two-day Apex Legends tournament, but that's not all. We've obviously had Fortnite, we've had CSGO. It has been a weekend of esports affairs here, courtesy of JBL, and I've been honored to be your host for Fortnite and Apex all weekend long. But speaking of Apex, as we get ready to load into day 2 of action, I can't do it myself. I have to welcome in my co-casters. We have Blue and Glitter Explosion, who've been crushing it on the mic all weekend long. How you doing, my friends? Blue, starting with you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be back once again. We saw some great games yesterday, gave the teams a little bit of a break, and now they're ready to jump into it once again. I'm excited to see who's going to come out on top. So we had some exciting ones yesterday.
Oh, to say the least, okay? We had lots of surprises. We had some comeback stories from a couple of these squads, and I think all of our expectations completely went out the window. So I am incredibly excited to dive into day 2.
Completely agree. I mean, yesterday probably was some of the most entertaining competitive Apex, at least 6 games of action that I've seen in a long time. We had all types of craziness. We had upsets. We had dark horse teams performing. We had our top teams not performing, but then flip it and somehow find a way to stay on top of the standings. I'm looking at you, NRG and Team Liquid. So it was a great day of 6 games. We still have 6 more games to crown our champions, our top 5. But if you're just watching for the first time, let's take a look at the point system and format here. It's the same point system you know and love in competitive Apex. First place gets 12 points, but keep in mind the important thing to understand here is we had 6 games yesterday. We have 6 games today. It's cumulative across both days. So 12 total games of action, which means the teams at the bottom of the leaderboards still have a chance, Blue. And of course, 1 point awarded per kill as well, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. We've already seen an example of how teams have been able to rebound here with 1 or 2 good placements. G2 being a great example of that from later on in the day. After starting out a little bit slow, they rebounded nicely and now sit very, very close to the top of our pack, instead of our top 3, in fact.
That's right. And quick reminder for what's at stake. We mentioned top 5 being the magic number. Let's take a look at the prize pool here. $50,000 prize pool. And you heard Designful say it in the pre-game interview yesterday. There's a lot of money at stake here, so you better believe you're going to see some sweaty games, and that's what we've seen so far. 25 grand for first, all the way down to 3 grand for 5th place, but top 5 is the important thing. And not only that, you also get that wonderful JBL digital NFT trophy, so keep that in mind as well. But we keep talking about yesterday. We keep kind of recapping what went down. We actually have a little bit of a day 1 recap for y'all here in just a moment. We'll take a look at some of the highlights, the big moments from yesterday. Blue, walk me through what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start things out here looking at G2, and they were really the highlight team by the end of the day, specifically from our last game. We talked about how, once again, the scoring format allows for teams to come back and pick up a lot of points with kills, and that's exactly what we saw from them in that final game. That's not all we saw, though. XSET was another team that was very much the kind of picture of consistency, as they were able to pick up multiple points throughout the days with good placements and, more importantly, good frags throughout all of their matches.
You know, and now we're checking in with Fury. Fury is actually one of those teams that kind of surprised me with their aggression, and I liked to see it. They were a squad that actually became a real pain for a lot of the teams that we were expecting a lot out of. So we'll see how Fury is able to continue that type of aggression into today. But SSG, a squad that, you know, I had high hopes, and I said that I expected some big things out of them quite a few times, and they delivered big time. So SSG is someone that I know we're going to be keeping our eyes on today.
Absolutely the case, and once again, SSG, another one of those teams that's really been keeping up the picture of consistency, that should seem. Premier GGs, we're looking at them. This is another squad that was able to sneak in a win here in one of our more kind of open areas, and they found a lot of success throughout the day as well. Even got a chance, I believe, to interview one of their players towards the end of the day and get some thoughts on how they think the day has been going. Because once again, this has been an interesting tournament so far. We're checking in with Esports Arena as well, who started out the day slowly, but much like a lot of our other top-tier ALGS teams, started to rebound towards the end of the day, and they're now sitting fairly competitive with the rest of our lot as well, looking to get in the money by the end of our 6 games today and be in the top 5 to try and claim some of that prize pool.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, we saw some highlights there from TSM. One of the teams that we had high hopes for that kind of had a slower start to this 2-day competition. So obviously there is that, you know, that storyline between Esports Arena and TSM. We'll have to keep up with them and see how they manage to turn it around for themselves today. But G2, a squad that gave us so much insanity in this specific match. that we're watching highlights of so far. You saw almost 2K damage for Designful in that game. I mean, G2 went from that team that we were watching on the edge, and they were playing it smart. It didn't work out so well for them. They turned on the aggression in those last couple games, and out of nowhere, just blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah, back-to-back 15 kill games for G2. They turned it way up as we are expectant of them. Third place overall as a result of their efforts, but Xset on top. And that's what we meant when we said a couple dark horse teams, right? Xset and Premier. Yeah, great teams in their own right. We've seen Xset win a pro league overall in terms of one of their weeks worth of matches. Premier GG, also a team certainly you can't ignore, but by all means, with a lineup with NRG, TSM, Renegades, so many other top teams, maybe you wouldn't have had them on top after day one. Kudos to them with how well they played. The question is, can they continue the consistency here, Blue? And then after that, Glitter, I want to ask you, who do you think is going to pop off today? But Blue, start us off here. Xset, Premier, can they continue it?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big question. As we did, to be fair to the kind of later results we saw, we did start to see Xset taper off a little bit towards the end of the day. I think after game 3, they had the healthiest lead of the entire day. They're sitting at about 10 to 20 points advantage over the second place team, but quite obviously that's diminished quite a bit, going down to only a 4-point advantage over Premier GG now. So we need to see them go back into consistent form, able to win those 1 or 2 team fights they need to get them those 5 or 6 KPs, while still also placing somewhere inside of the top 10 to make sure they get some good placement points as well. That's how they were getting the majority of their points yesterday, and that can be a winning strategy if they go back to it again, but it relies on a lot of consistency, and that's what we're going to need to see from them if they want to stay up on top at number 1.
All right, John, you're asking about the team that I think might pop off. Here's the thing.
Who you got?
I'm thinking that, or at least I'm hoping that it might be Complexity. They were on our teams to watch list last time. They didn't do so well, and I did see a tweet by Reptar saying that he needs to learn to stop beating himself up about some of the things that happen in these games. It can be tough sometimes. We've talked about how important mental is. So for me, I'm really hoping Complexity is able to pop off today.
Yeah, I love this graphic that we're seeing here right now on screen. We get the overall day 1 match results of each of these teams, and we obviously have Esports Arena and Xset joining the and Space Station joining G2 and NRG, who we had included in this yesterday. But Blue, why don't I get your perspective? Why do we got ESA? Why do we got some of these teams on here?
Yeah, I'll take a look at the first 3 here once again, as we've got Esports Arena, who started the day off a little bit lackluster, but as you can see, as we got into the later set of games, managed to pick up 2 wins out of the last 3 games there. We're absolutely rocketing them forward, currently sitting, I think, right around 8th place on our leaderboard right now after improving it massively, sitting somewhere around 15th throughout most of the day. They're not the only ones, though, that we saw improvement from. I already talked a bit about Xset and the kind of consistency we were seeing from them earlier on, but unfortunately tapered off by the end of the day. G2 was another team, however, that had a massive turnaround, especially inside of those last 2 games, and despite the 2nd and 5th place finishes, ended up with, I think, 2 15-kill games in a row to absolutely rocket them forward and leaving them to be one of the most powerful teams and definitely one of the scariest ones going into our 7th game and obviously going into the overall day 2.
Listen, now we have to talk about energy, okay? No, we mentioned that they were in our teams yesterday to watch, but then there was a couple unfortunate occurrences that happened for energy. You can see their matches 4 and 5 resulted in 20th place finishes for energy. Obviously not what we would have expected for this squad, but you know, they were able to bounce back with a huge game 6. And in general, regardless of their placements, energy was one of these teams all day that was getting a ton of kills on the board. Very, very stereotypical NRG aggression. And so with their ability to bounce back from that, I think heading into today, they're going to have even more momentum and continue to do well. And then finally, SSG. We talked about them when we saw those highlights coming up, but they were one of those teams that started off a little bit slow. You see that 13th place finish for that first match, but then really started to pick it up, even excluding that 120th place finish. Pretty much everybody in these highlighted teams had at least 120th place finish, with the exception of Xset. But SSG really turned it on. You could see 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, 8th place. They did not have another 2nd-digit placement on top of all of the kills that they were getting. So they are having a huge performance. And if that's the momentum they carry in today, then I think these other teams up here should be a little bit scared.
That's right. Those are 5 kind of highlighted teams. 2 honorable mentions as well, right? We got TSM. We got Knights. Got to keep an eye on them, because take a look at the overall standings. TSM in 8th place here in standings in terms of damage done. Kills, I mean, 19 kills, a significant amount of damage done. Weren't necessarily getting the placements, though. That's what kind of cost them. So 11 11th overall in average placement for TSM, and they're currently in 11th, I think, overall in the standings, but not too far behind because these points have been pretty well distributed. We'll take a look at more additional stats here. NRG dominating alongside G2 in the damage category, but it's Space Station Gaming leading the way in damage done. Wow, 19.7k worth of damage here, Blue.
Yeah, I think we were seeing again, and we were talking a little bit about this yesterday for Space Station, about how they were always trying to play fairly long range, just try to go for a lot of poke damage, especially with some of the circles we had, a lot of huge wide rotates and just massive fields that teams are going to have to try and traverse past. So Space Station was getting a lot of damage in to kind of upgrade their shields and try to poke off a few mats from their opponents, but never really able to get those outright engagements they wanted to secure the KP. So that's why they're lagging just a little bit behind in that area when their damage numbers are absolutely soaring right now.
Yeah, and then of course we saw Xset and Premier leading the way in overall average placement with the 7-point-something average placement. So that of course is why they're on top. Placement super important in this format. So interested to see how these teams continue to perform today. But guess what? We get to hear directly from one of those teams. Excited to be joined yet again. This is my second interview with my man Asura from Knights. Last one was an absolute privilege, one of my most memorable interviews I've had a chance to do. So thank you so much for joining us again here, Asura. How are you doing today?
Good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so my first question for you, want to ask, leading into today, obviously you guys are coming in the latter half of the teams, but still certainly in it, only about 25 points or 28 points behind first place. What's the mentality like? You know, what type of adjustments have y'all made, and how are you guys going to approach the day today?
From yesterday, we had like a lot of mistakes from just being a little bit too passive, and today we're going to show up and like we're going to be a little bit more aggressive. We're going to make the big plays, like we're going to be coin flipping teams, like it's going to be hectic, and we're not going to like just sit there and lie down and just take it. Like we're going for first place. Like we've got 6 games left. It's very simple to catch up as long as like we're hitting top 3 every game.
I want to build into that a little bit more, actually, because I was checking out your guys' stats, and you guys sit fairly close to the top in terms of average placement right now. It's currently sitting at an average of 9.83 placement, but you guys have only been able to pull off 9 kills so far. Tell me, what's the struggle been in trying to actually win out these fights that's kept you guys a little bit lower on the kill leaderboard so far?
The problem is that like it happens a lot, is that sometimes you see like plays that you could have made earlier, like there are like possibilities because we play Valk, and a lot of teams play Valk, and you just follow them in, and they're like, they coin flip a team, and then you just follow in and you coin flip after them. And you know, some of those plays like we missed, and it costed us kills, placement, everything like that. So it's more of like the reactive play style is what we need to work on. Just seeing those opportunities and taking them.
You know, speaking of that reactive play style, we saw it obviously at the end of yesterday, where a lot of those teams that play Edge started to turn up that aggression in that desperate push for those final points at the end of the day. But heading into today, that will likely happen at the end as well. But you're telling us that you want to start that early. You want to beat all those teams and kind of get that aggression kicked in early. And I love that. Are you concerned about that at all, knowing that at the end there's going to be a lot of other squads trying to do the exact same thing?
No, because like if you look at like my team's past record, we are always like a pop-off team where like we win, we get a bunch of kills, and like when we won day 5 of ALGS, like that's what we did. We were taking those chances, we were taking the opportunities that we needed to take, and we were just capitalizing on them. And that's what we need to do now to catch up, is like really take those opportunities, not be afraid. Like, you know, if we fail, we fail, but I'd rather fail than not take the opportunities and just die later in the game for free.
Yes, I love that.
Especially with the fragger like Gilderson's on your team, one of the most individually talented players. So yeah, I think we could expect a lot more aggression from Knights. Good perspective from you as always. And Asura, thanks so much for joining us. We really do appreciate it. Best of luck to you today. We want to let you get locked in, loaded, and focused, but good luck to your team today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one.
You too.
Listen, I know we're not supposed to play favorites, but he might be one of my favorites. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of love for Asura. A lot of love, especially after the last interview. If you didn't have a chance to check that out in the LGS, make sure to check it out. Got a little personal, got a little vulnerable, which you love to see on screen in terms of how much this means to him and how much his mom and his family has really invested in his esports career, which is great to see. So best of luck to Asura and the Pittsburgh Knights as they embark on their journey. And boy, it'll be a journey, Blue, because they absolutely have a long road ahead of them, you know, currently in 11th or 12th place.
Yeah, like I said, though, inside of the interview, they overall are not doing too terrible in terms of placements, actually sitting fairly close to the top of the overall average placements when compared to a lot of our other kind of top 10 teams and whatnot. But as you were hearing him talk about, they just need to work on the kill department. They need to work on their timing and capability to take fights. They work on, more importantly, improve on that aspect. They could be fairly competitive today as well and look to rocket themselves toward in the money position to be in our top 5.
Couldn't agree more. I think their mentality aligns with the statistics. You know, low in the kills category, their mentality is going to be, hey, let's take these coin flips. When he says coin flips, he means these 3-on-3 fights that can kind of go either way, or third-party opportunities. Let's play a little bit more aggressive. So that's exactly what you can expect. Gameplay is just about ready, but wanted to give you all a heads up. Not only are these players playing for a little bit of a prize pool here, you can watch and win as well by entering the JBL Quantum Sound is Survival Sweepstakes. Type exclamation point Gleam in the chat for your chance to watch and win and get hooked up by JBL. Get your gaming set up nice and tidy going into the holiday season where we all got a little extra time in our hands to game. I don't know about y'all, Blue and Glitter, but I'm excited for the next 2 weeks and some extra gaming time.
Yes, 100%. I've been waiting for it.
You and I both. It's gonna be a great day, great next 2 weeks for us. It's gonna be a great next 2-3 hours for these players as they're gonna be absolutely grinding through this one. And with that said, it's time obviously for gameplay, but before we jump in, I gotta get your predictions here. We asked you yesterday who you think's gonna take it overall. Glitter, you said G2, and you said NRG, Blue, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna give you a chance to change up your predictions here. Based on the standings, based on what you're seeing, who do you have taking the tournament today? Glitter, I'm gonna start with you.
I might stick with G2, honestly, because the aggression that we saw out of them at the end of the day was just on another level, that even if they struggle the first couple games, they can bounce back with a vengeance.
For me, it's tempting. It's very tempting to switch over towards XSET or maybe even G2 as well, but I'm going to stick with NRG. They're in the top 6 now. They're pushing it forward. I think maybe they can do it today, so let's hope I'm right, and we'll see.
I love that energy. And speaking of energy, blow it up in the chat right now because, my friends, it is time. Day number 2, match number 1 of the JBL Quantum Cup is here because we have 6 more games of Apex Legends. Will XSET stay on top with their consistency, or will NRG and G2 continue to slay out and frag to end up in the top 2? Will we see TSM or the Pittsburgh Knights bounce back after a slower day number 1 to skyrocket in the leaderboards? All things are possible here as we jump into gameplay. It's Blue and Glitter on the mic.
All right, let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first drop of the day going live, and here we go. 6 more games, 6 more drops, 6 more opportunities for our teams to rebound or even secure themselves one of our top 5 positions where the entire concentration of the prize pool will be focused on. This is it, your final chance to frag it out, and we're going to see who comes out on top as we start our teams landing here into World's Edge once again. And pretty soon we'll be figuring out where that circle will take our teams to over the next 20 minutes or so.
I'm sitting here with my fingers crossed, hoping that we get a northern zone to start off the day here, Blue, because I want to see something a little bit different, but also I want to force a lot of those teams in the south that have been lucky. Yes.
There you go, nice.
Yes. I want to force them into rotations. I want to see what changes when all of these teams down at the bottom that have done well, specifically even like Premier, they've done well with zones that favor them, right? I want to see what happens now when it's 100 Thieves, when it's Team Liquid up in Skyhook and over by Trials that are in a much better position.
Obviously, Knight's going to be pretty happy about this circle, at least the initial one, as well as they'll be holding out over towards Fragment West. TSM can be the same thing here, though obviously they'll have to rotate a little bit. A couple of different options in terms of where this circle could pull towards as well, so going to have to wait and see where our teams start gravitating towards to get a better idea of where that eventually is going to be as everyone continues to loot up. And you've got more like SSG holding on the west side of Lavafish, that's going to be in a good position because of that energy as well over towards staging. Even Furia currently holding the countdown area as well. Lots of options here to be seen, and right in the direct center is going to be W also, who currently is in the midst of rotating over a little bit closer to Furia. Like I said, very early on though to start seeing any sort of fights, especially with the circle as big as this one. So there'll be some time before that all builds up here. Just waiting to see where our teams are going to try to concentrate themselves towards, however, for these first few circles.
You know, it's possible that W is trying to just hold that sniper tower that's out in that open area, because that is an end zone, right, that we've seen before, especially even in ALGS, and it gets very, very crazy. Typically, the people that hold that high ground on the sniper tower do fare decently well. So we'll have to see if that's what they're planning, because it seems like that's the direction they've decided to head. But meanwhile, we've got Ghost Gaming We've got Built by Gamers fighting it out right now. Early game engagement already happening at Lava Siphon.
And we talked about how BBG was always going to be in an awkward position because their natural landing zones are already taken by other teams here in this tournament here. So that's going to put them very close to Ghost once again. Their mortal enemies landing so close, but this time they immediately knock them out here inside of the first few minutes of the round, taking them down and giving them a whole load of extra loot and even lootable area now that they get full rights to Lava Siphon for the next few moments.
Already, this is different, right? Because every time we've had those southern zones, we've seen both of these teams be a lot more willing to kind of coexist and just deal with holding that position early game when the zones have been down here and favoring them. Now that they have to rotate away and they potentially would be divvying up the loot, it looks like BBG decided they want to start off the day with a little bit of added aggression, and Ghost just wasn't ready for that push. I mean, that's a huge play by BBG. Like you said, they're going to have so much loot at their disposal now, having all of Lava Siphon to themselves. And they also cleared out a team that they would have potentially had to worry about on that rotate. They have a pretty open path in front of them now.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. No other team's even going to try to move in and get a third party going against this Lava Siphon hold here. You see two at least rotate directly around that Charlotte Phoenix, and I believe PGG choosing to go right past this one and head towards greener pastures in the circle instead of trying to mess around with this one. That's going to leave, in terms of our southeastern rotates, Esports Arena at the very end of that chain as they're still looting out Lava City. Will more than likely start the move sooner rather than later here, as it looks like the large majority of our other teams are starting to group up around Countdown, as well as that tower position that we were talking about before, over towards where W is currently holding in the middle of that field, giving them a huge amount of purview as to all these teams rotates at the moment.
Premier made a nice early rotate considering just how far south they land. They've gotten themselves all the way up by Countdown, where all of these teams are congregating. There is the one problem with this zone, and you can see that obviously these teams are anticipating where it's going to continue to shrink down to, is that there's not a lot of playable area for these squads. Oh, excuse me, sorry, Premier's in landslide. But they are trying to hold whatever limited space they have. Premier might potentially run into Noble, as Noble's trying to head through from the city. And the southern edge is actually the safer position at this point, only because so many of these squads went for that northeastern area, that Countdown area, and there is not a lot of space. Already they're stacked up on each other. They're going to be sharing buildings, and this is what we've seen happen before. And when it does happen, this is when the damage comes out. 2 shield cracks already from Renegades.
Done there by Vexlon, as he's going to be able to take out both of those players. I believe it's Team Liquid on the other side of that engagement right now, so certainly going to force them back after getting both of the shield cracks going. Renegades might feel the need to get aggressive themselves, but considering the powerful position they do have with the circular tower currently under their control, more than likely going to cool it off, hold it back, and just be happy with the 2 cracks as well as the damage they would get on their shields from pulling off those numbers there. So good stuff from them. Nice restrained play, going to continue to be the name of the game here from Renegades, as we were also seeing during the course of day 1. This powder keg of teams still waiting to start itself on an explosive path, however, as despite the large stack of players, no one seems to want to take an outright fight this early on here. Noble as well as BBG getting closer to each other here as well. PGG in the meanwhile completely rotated out of landslide, giving that area to Noble for free, with PGG taking the far western edge of this circle, now letting them fire in onto any of these teams inside of the building. But as you'll probably notice, they don't have great coverage themselves, so going to be quickly rotating around and looking to try and find better positioning, and they may have just done so over here in the 2-floor house, just on the edge of our facility by Countdown.
It's actually a really good spot for Premier to hold if that's where they decide they want to post up for now. Liquid, though, is across the way, can hear a lot of this action going on between Renegades and Premier, so they know that there might be some potential for them to deal some damage. We see Flanker trying to do just that. Liquid, though, was one of those teams that they did well placement-wise. They just didn't do enough on the kill side of things. We didn't get that aggression out of them that we were maybe hoping for. So we'll have to see if this zone specifically, due to how it favors them, I mean, maybe they'll be able to get some on the board this time around, but they definitely want to pick it up because they're in 7th place, right outside that top 5 area, which is where the money is. And that's what we're going to be focusing on a lot today too, Blue, is the fact that those top 5 squads are very close in points, and they're going to be battling it out for the prize pool.
Yeah, even inside of the top 5, there's a huge difference in prize pool. 5th place, if I remember correctly, taking home $3,000. 1st place takes home $25,000. So that's a massive upgrade to your prize purse if you can push yourself just those few extra points further, even from something like 5th to 3rd or 5th to 2nd. It's going to be a pretty big upgrade. So expect full competition for teams. It won't be lackadaisical, even if they get themselves into the top 5. It's going to want to push for as high of a placement as possible. Speaking of which, with that considered, absolutely no one wants to fight any anyone here with the big stack of players. Around Countdown and around Lava Fisher. I'm very surprised no one has at least accidentally run into someone yet, but good restraint coming out from pretty much all of our teams and being able to maintain these very safe positions for at least the first round of our circle closure.
Yeah, Lazarus, the only team that's currently not in the zone, still looting over by Overlook. They have a completely clear path ahead of them if this is how slow and passive they want to play, decide to really use the edge of the zone, as every single team has ended up guessing correctly, because if you look at that zone shift, G2 on the edge, pretty standard, okay? The fact that everyone else found their spot and they're going to hold it, this is going to be, I feel like it's going to be one of those games where we end up with 17 teams alive 2 circles from now. Somehow they're all just waiting it out, and then everything goes down in a span of 2 minutes.
Lazarus going to have a very casual day here now, as once again they are going to notice that those purple shields are inside of the replicators. They'll very quickly take some time to build up the points necessary to go and buy those, and now they'll be at full shields here as they get themselves, or nearly full shields at least, they get themselves into the next fight. One of their players already upgrading it over towards a red as well, so in good straits at the moment here for Lazarus, as they'll be well equipped for the first few fights that they'll take. Unfortunately, arriving so late to the party, more than likely, by the time they get over to this big group of our other teams inside of what will more than likely be in the middle of the second circle closing, or more realistically in the third or fourth, probably going to see a lot of these other teams also get to that upgraded point as well, so that'll be a fairly minimal advantage by the time they get into an actual fight. We can see Premier noticing a team rotating in through the Valkyries, or possibly the guys are popping them up there, but either way, not able to take much action upon that. They certainly want to. It looks like, again, this team doesn't seem too hesitant to at least peek out the window and try to take a few shots going, but that's more than anything just to try and get those points upgraded on the shield. And once again, not looking like PGG wants to outright try and push this early on. They do not want to start the chaos that will almost certainly ensue from the first team that takes a fight here.
I wonder who that might have been Renegades that they were looking at, which is why we jumped on board with them. But I know that G2 is also over in this edge area. We watched them move up on the minimap right before we jumped on board with Premier. So this is going to start to be a little bit of a dangerous area. Renegades focusing on the team right in front of them inside the building. Okay, now we can see where everybody is. We've got Renegades on the edge. G2 actually went past them, it seems, since I don't see their names anymore. Then again, there's so many squads on here, I can barely tell. Okay, G2 is the team inside the building.
And G2 is actually going to be right on top of Renegades as well, so it will come very close to blows with each other sooner rather than later here. They're not the only ones trying to fight for positioning now as things start to get a bit more claustrophobic here inside of what will soon become the third circle. You can see Noble spreading out very wide here, each one of their players basically on their own, obviously in an open field, so they can support each other to a pretty good extent here, but still trying to spread their wings as wide as possible to keep other teams out of their kind of area of control here, with BBG being the closest to them in terms of capability to engage here. And you can see just a better POV now that we are in the actual world itself about just how spread out these Noble players are. Lucas way over there. Rack's a good like 10 to 15 second run from him, and their third teammate I think even further away from that as they try to deny any sort of control for BBG and some of the other teams looking to push into this field, which that push looked like it might be coming soon there as BBG throws out the Q from their Valkyrie.
I do like this reposition by Renegades, though, considering that had they not moved, they would now be in the middle of G2, Complexity, Premier, or Liquid. They would have been surrounded by all of these squads, so smart choice for them to get out, play the edge of the zone, and just have to worry about pushing in with no one at their backs at this point. I believe we also did see one of the Noble players off in the distance taking a lot of damage that could have potentially been from Esports Arena, who I believe is down there at the very southern edge of this new zone. BBG's also on that area, potentially looking to get some poke damage down, but now looking at Absolute Monarchy, able to deal some damage on one of our teams, making... Would they take the balloon? I think they took the balloon, trying to get a little bit of a new position within this zone. And that's where things are going to start to get a little bit dangerous. Oh yeah, I think that was TSM.
Yeah, TSM landing very, very close to Team Liquid here. Liquid looking for an opportunity to maybe engage onto them, but not looking like it's going to be found. Actually, hold on. No, they are going to dive right on top of it. So those two teams are going to jump into a fight, and TSM will absolutely not be able to survive it. Our kill feed absolutely lights up for Team Liquid as two members of TSM FTX end up going down here, leaving just Hal alive. Thankfully, because he lands in a different position, or more than anything, I think he just runs away immediately after landing, where his two teammates tried to stick around in that small tower and unfortunately paid the price for it. Hal's gonna have to look, see if he can sneak in, maybe get the banners off the death boxes, and hopefully get a revive. Thankfully, we do have a couple beacons, one sitting actually right next to Hal right now, so it is a possibility to bring those two back, but he's obviously gonna have to clear out Team Liquid first.
Do you risk it? Do you risk it? Because that is going to be a very difficult banner grab for Hal.
I think he's going to go for it, though. Moving a bit closer now towards the party. Team Liquid still very much in the area, so keep your eyes on that kill feed, as it could be the end of TSM in just a second here. But no, portal placed down. It looks like he snuck in, might have been able to get those, so pay attention here, as he might have a dropship coming in relatively soon. But Team Liquid still trying to fend off Hal in the process. Xset in the meanwhile here, also in the middle of a fight. They have also lost 2 out of 3 of their full roster here as well, bringing it all down to just Klain, Clarify, and the third also being knocked out. So Xset still continuing to struggle here, as we have a very, very tough circle to start our day 2 off yet again. PGG, I believe, being the ones to do most of the damage to force Xset down to just a single player.
Yeah, this whole area is going to start to get really dangerous for the teams that decided they wanted to hold Lava Fisher. It's going to be this systematic clearing out of the teams that are from the teams that are on the edge of the teams that are here in the middle. I mean, Xset definitely in a little bit of a rough position now, being down to that solo. You can see you've got Charlotte, G2, you still have Renegades all the way on the edge in the back. Premier's holding the middle. I mean, and this, wait, he got them up.
Yeah.
He did get the banners and they're back.
So TSM back to full strength, I guess. Obviously, again, players gonna have to try and scavenge for any sort of weapons they can do in the final moments. And Team Liquid very hot on those players' tails. So we'll have to see how far they can make it. But indeed, great stuff from Hal to sneak in. Once again, I believe using the portal on the Wraith to facilitate that grab really quickly, gets himself in, steals him away. And like we were saying, controlled an area where he had the revive beacon sitting right on top of him. So just a quick run up there to use it and get his teammates back in the game. And it looks like they do survive, although they are still under pressure from the Team Liquid roster. They are going to be able to recover here and at least give themselves some ground to defend as they look to try and rebound and fight mainly for placements here, as we still have 19 squads alive in the middle of the third circle closing.
I'm actually really surprised that Liquid didn't push that even harder than they did to clear out both TSM players before they were able to get any sort of loot under their belt. Interesting. They did deal some damage, but interesting play to play it safe, back off, and kind of really focus on smarter fights, knowing that there are a lot of teams still hanging out in Lava Fisher that could turn around third party if they wanted to. Furia now, though, in the middle of an engagement themselves, looking very damaged already. Zera about to go down, and he does text the only one that is going to be able to escape with his life, and that's going to be to NRG. I mean, you wanted them to do well today, Blue. That's a nice little engagement for themselves right there.
Nice hold, as once again, Countdown becomes the graveyard for so many of our teams. We saw G2 use it in similar fashion yesterday, as once again, this is becoming a very, very powerful position for our teams to use. A lot of rats being built up here in the game now, as we've got at least 2 squads that have been brought down to a single member, and now a full squad going to be wiped out as Furia finally loses their last member. Tech goes down, and a very low placement, unfortunately, this one for Furia. Not much they could do about it, though, as every single team is fighting a war of attrition right now, either near Lava Fisher or Countdown, while we wait for these later circles to close in on them and force them out of safer positioning.
Okay, I think Liquid just took out TSM. Lazarus is somehow sneaking up on NRG. We see them popping up in that kill feed as well. We've got the POV of Absolute Monarchy. Okay, Liquid, here we go. Liquid, I'm pretty sure, just took out TSM.
I saw a couple members of the TSM roster show up in the kill feed, and we're one team less right now, so looking like it's a possibility. Yeah, I don't see them anywhere on our minimap anymore. So TSM out for the count as well here. G2, in the meanwhile, seems to be making quick work of the Renegades roster as they are able to run them over, and now we'll focus their ire instead on Esports Arena, but won't really be able to do that for too long, as Esports Arena is in the midst of a rotate themselves. They're going to leap right into the Lion's Den, though. If you're watching that minimap, they've got to be very careful with where they end up landing here. It doesn't matter if they're going to land on Lazarus, they're going to land on Complexity, they're going to land on 100 Thieves. They're landing on someone here, and as we go over towards them, they're going to land hot and right in the middle of a fight as they already lose Duplex. Skillcake's trying to save this action here as he chucks in the Caustic Gas Grenade, running into some of his own opponents. He goes down too, leaving only Knocked alive. Another rat trying to survive here now for Esports Arena, and they won't even make it as we go down to 14 teams and switch over to Complexity, who are also in similar trouble, having lost 2 of their players, one completely dead now, but they do bring one back up due to the help from iShiny coming in, who was the last player still standing.
The fact that Complexity was able to survive that third-party situation there from Esports Arena is huge for Complexity. They need any points that they can get here. Charlotte Phoenix on the roof of this building, Kraber in hand, trying to land some of these shots and see if they can clear these players out around them. Liquid on the low ground, trying to see if they can hold this. This has been their position for quite some time, and they don't want to give it up just yet, but they have lost a lot of health right now for this squad. They've lost a player. Flanker is down. Hot6 trying to hold off the people from the roof as Nocturnal goes down as well, and they are not going to be able to survive that. It looks like it's a combination. Was it a combination of Complexity and Charlotte? That was an unfortunate third party.
Unfortunately the case there for Team Liquid. Such a promising start to this one, as well as kind of being directly in the zone from the beginning, but still not able to hold with so much pressure coming out against them. Once again, being there early, unfortunately, draws the ire towards you, as they were the team to finally take out TSM, having chased them down. And that brings us towards our top 11. G2 still in it, though. I believe at the moment trying to chase down one squad on the inside as they hold themselves in the middle of the countdown building in a little bit of a bunker.
You see that zone, Blue? Look at that zone.
Oh my goodness.
No one, there's just 2 teams in it, barely, if you know, and half of it is mountain, half it's rock.
We're basically gonna skip towards circle 6, it looks like, here with the size of it. So, up in the difficulty a little bit. Whoever's the administrator today for the Apex games is a little brutal, but we'll see how our teams try to deal with it here, as once again, the big focus for a lot of these squads is either north of or directly inside of the main countdown building right now. So as you were saying, Absolute Monarchy and Complexity are counting their lucky stars right now that they ended up in one of the very, very few number of what will be safe positions on the inside. Bit of a standoff still. It's SSG apparently on the inside of that countdown building position, facing off directly against G2 as they kind of wait to see who's going to make the first move in that fight. Neither of them want to do it, and you can see why. Lazarus, BBG, and Noble all sitting on the outside, waiting for a chance to third party. But it is going to be Space Station, it looks like, that swings the doors open and tries to take the initial fight here. Going well for them so far, but never mind. Jen turns it back around, drops the first member of SSG. A second one falls just a moment later, and now leaving only Frex in the fight here as he's quickly losing his teammates.
Ooh.
However, G2 also in trouble as SSG is keeping the fight even. Resulta, the only one left standing after they do manage to finish off, it looks like, the members of SSG, but still not going to have a lot of time to recover their teammates because of these surrounding third parties that are going to leap into the action at a moment's notice.
I cannot believe that G2 survived with that little health, now built by Gamers deciding they want to get into the fray. They've got teams pushing from both sides and they have to fend them off. It looks like Lazarus is going to be going down at the hands of BBG, but there's too many people around them for them to really sustain this level of aggression, and there's no way they're going to be able to survive these last remaining players, and that is also going to be BBG going down after they take out Lazarus. This is where everything is starting to pop off.
And surprisingly, G2 is the team that third party them as well. They finally been able to move out of the building. The chaos is cleared out enough to where they feel they are safe. Premier GG still in this one as well, still looking to carry forward as they are a strong contender in this tournament. I believe second place overall on our leaderboard at the moment here, and certainly looking to sustain that as they push themselves into a top 5 position. Just seeing Absolute Monarchy get wiped out inside of our top 6 position. Away from that, though, Charlotte Phoenix on the outskirts of this one, still at full strength here as they hold the outskirts. Excuse me, it was Charlotte Phoenix, not Complexity, that held this corner inside of it. Complexity is still alive, however, as you can see, down to just 1 though, as far as I can see, as Monsoon is hiding at the far eastern edge of the remaining circle with PGG and at least 1 other squad engaged in a fight, and G2 just kind of patiently waiting for an opportunity of their own to jump into the fray here.
I think that might be 100 Thieves that's directly under PGG. I think G2 is right above them, trying to push through them, which is going to be very difficult. This is huge for 100 Thieves, though, considering that this was close to their landing spot, an area they should be able to hold in a squad that needs those points. But G2 finally get pushed on, and it's by 100 Thieves. G2 was so low to begin that fight that 100 Thieves is able to clean it up, but now the rest of the squads know where the action is, and they can turn their focus and try to third-party 100 Thieves, especially with PGG right on top of them.
100 Thieves gonna find themselves a big finish here either way as they go down in 4th place. Another squad finally leaping into the fray as Charlotte cleans up onto them, and they're gonna look to clean up this game as well. PGG heavily injured from that last fight. You can see them still trying to get their shields back. They'll do that, but they'll still be down a player here, as also they're gonna be inside of the circle now, taking the heat from that damage as well. Forced to push out, they've lost their bubble, and now they're surrounded by Charlotte Phoenix. This should be an easy closeout for them here as Premier down only to Hill. He's gonna try to turn it around, but it's not gonna happen. Charlotte Phoenix wins game number 1 of day 2.
They were able to hold the weirdest side of that zone, just kind of hanging around the last remaining bit of rock that was safe, and wait for everybody else to have to battle it out and push their way into that weirdly open ending there. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix played that incredibly well. They utilized their position and cleared out the squads around them when they needed to get a really solid win to kick off the day, Fallout.
Yeah, that's right. Aprizi getting loose with the Kraber a little bit, and Charlotte Phoenix just plays that near perfectly, closing in on the rest. 5 squads left. Obviously, one was a rat with Monsoon last alive, and CLT is able to clutch up and win game number 1. A kind of important win for them, Blue, because in the overall standings, they weren't necessarily in that top 4, top 5 running, so that's going to be huge for their overall chances here.
Yeah, really going to rocket them forward here. I think it will, after a win like that as well, probably push them very close to, if not inside of the top 5. So
actually, I take that back. They were in 4th place, so they were in 4th.
Yes.
That might set them in top 2, top 1 category contention.
Yeah, absolutely the case here is, once again, they were a team that has been kind of quietly picking up a large number of kills throughout these games, as well as pretty respectable placements throughout the 6 games we played yesterday. So finding this win here might be that big push forward they needed to try and push them into the top 3, where once again, we've got the big prizes ready to give it out there, with first place going almost 25K.
Yeah, Aprizi formerly playing with Sheesh, Nightwing & Co. We all know how capable of an individual player he is, and it was just a matter of time that Aprizi kind of joins a top team and elevates them. I don't know if he's full-time on CLT or subbing in. That's something I got to get confirmed here. But nonetheless, the impact Aprizi has had on this squad certainly being noticed right now. A really, really good game from them. But G2, Glitter, was fragging out, continuing right where they left off yesterday.
I mean, we kind of expected it to happen. And what's crazy to me is that they have this fragging ability when they're not even getting those wins, right? Their aggression is just, it's so hard to stop them once they get on a really solid tear. I mean, we're seeing that happen right now. SSG got caught in the crosshairs of G2, and somehow G2 takes them out and survives with a shred of health on Resulta, that last remaining player. They're able to get a reset here and then continue picking up those kills along the way. And it's scary at this point that they don't even need the wins to be this successful.
Yeah, these fights in this close quarters area are always insane. Some of the most fun fights, I think, in competitive Apex. G2, one of the best teams at that fight. But here's the late game here where we saw Charlotte Phoenix, Kraber action for Aprizi. They're able to clean back up with this 3v3 over PGG, and GG in favor of Charlotte Phoenix this time. And take a look, 24 points, a 12-kill first place game. That is massive and will undoubtedly put them in the top 2. The question is, will they be above Premier GG? I think they will here, Blue. G2 also with a good game.
Yeah, that was really going to be my question as we were waiting for the game results, was how many kills they picked up, because we weren't watching them the whole time. I know we saw them take 1 or 2 fights earlier on, but 12 kills, that's an impressive run, especially considering they avoided the large majority of the kind of scrappy fights that were going on in that last circle or 2 until we built up to the final 3. They were just kind of hanging out on the edge. Thought that maybe that would have costed them a couple KPs, but apparently not, as they sweep in, clean up the last 2 squads as well, and really boost themselves forward for a massive 24-point game here.
Yeah, and you have to give kudos as well to Premier. We had Hill for the interview yesterday, very well spoken. He said, hey, our plan for tomorrow is to keep doing the same thing, which is early rotate, make it to late game, and use that good old caustic gas, baby, to get us a good placement. That's what they do. It's not the flashiest style of play. They're always putting up, an average of 3 to maybe 5, 6 kills per game, but they're consistently placing top 3, and another second place finish here for Premier, Glitter, is going to put them in a great spot overall as we take a look at the second page.
Yeah, and I think a big surprise on the second page, actually there's a few, but XSET, our most consistent squad from yesterday, still falling off a little bit here, having a very unfortunate start to the game. I mean, last place down at the bottom with 0 points. Same thing with TSM. We saw that they had that unfortunate run-in with Liquid, who has picked up their aggression so far today as well, and TSM were unable to escape even after they brought back their entire squad, courtesy of Hal. And then Esports Arena, we watched them have a crazy rotate in. It didn't end up paying off for them, but they were our first team that did get those 2 wins on the day, and now Charlotte Phoenix is our second after theirs.
That's right, and a few of the teams we highlighted, right? Esports Arena, Space Station, XSET on the second page here, so not the best start for them, but there's still 5 games to play, right? We have a lot of time, but as a result of game number 1, let's take a look at the standings, and it's Charlotte Phoenix on top with 73 points after a monstrous 24-point game. They are your current leaders. Premier right behind them, courtesy of consistency. G2 with 62, XSET with 56. They're going to slide from first all the way down to 4th, and Team Liquid stays neutral with a fifth place, 50-point situation here. But look at these standings overall, Blue. I mean, top 5 gets paid, and 50 points to Team Liquid all the way down to 25, 22 even at 19. You know, you could easily get another 24-point game like that and be within the contention of top 5. It's still anyone's tournament.
Absolutely, one game can make up the difference right now. With some of the aggression we're getting out of some of these lower end teams like Furia and even Ghost to some extent there at the beginning, 100 Thieves as well. It could be a very surprising last few matches here if we see one of those teams come out successfully. Big downgrade, as you mentioned there, for XSET though. Those inconsistency that we're seeing from them over the last like 3 or 4 games is really starting to hurt them, and unfortunately it's costing them prizing now as well. So we need to start to see that change up. Otherwise, they might get bumped out of the money entirely here over the next few games.
Yeah, it looks to continue into day 2 with that lack of performance the last couple of games, at least from yesterday. But very overall, they were the most consistent team yesterday. Something tells me they'll bounce back. But if you're a fan of Complexity, solid game from them. They're slowly kind of rising the rankings. TSM, if you're a fan of Knights, any of these teams that are on that second page, there's still a great opportunity. 100 Thieves I saw was there as well for them to perform over these next 5 games. So definitely far but over right now, and that's what you like about this 2-day competition here. It's anyone's opportunity to perform, Glitter.
Yeah, that's why, you know, we can't count anybody out yet. I think maybe once we start getting into games 5 and 6, that's when we'll have a better idea. But even then, if those teams at the end of the day decide to just go for those crazy edge fights and to rack up some additional points, even up until those final moments, anyone can take this home. I mean, we talked about it coming into this game. Liquid was right on that top 5 bubble. Then after one game, now they're in the money, right? So I don't want any of these teams to lose hope yet.
That's right. I just got word that we got a cheeky little survival time graphic ready. That's a direct quote, by the way. Shout out to ESL Australia on the production. Love you guys. Ronnie leading the way in survival. So I love this stat here. Kudos again to our production team for delivering in the statistics category. Survival time being who's been alive, who's made it the longest, which typically means who's playing for placement, who's rotating early. These are your teams that tend to play for placement. Premier, Liquid, 100 Thieves, Charlotte, Phoenix, obviously making it to late game. XSET's been making it to late game. We get to take a look here. Who's been surviving, Blue?
Yeah, absolutely the case. Surprised to see all 3 of Charlotte Phoenix's members making it in here once again, as we've seen a lot of our teams that have been consistent always have to kind of rat their way forward a little bit, as we see for like guys like XSET with Klain a little bit further ahead of some of his teammates. But once again, that's showing the somewhat of consistency we're starting to get out of Charlotte Phoenix. More than anything, showing that I think that they're really not getting unlucky here, getting knocked out in those 20th place finishes like a lot of the other top teams are struggling with. And that could be a sign of good things for the future for the Charlotte Phoenix fans out there if they're placing that high, that consistently, and more importantly, surviving for this long.
One biggest surprise there is, I think seeing 100 Thieves in that graphic. That means they're surviving, they're making it to late game, but they're not really converting to points here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I noticed as well. I'm glad you brought that up, because it's good that we're seeing them there, because the longer you're in game, it's giving you more opportunities to get those points. You just have to take those opportunities. You have to have those fights, and then you have to have them be successful engagements. So they've got like 50% of the equation there. They just have to finish the other half now.
Yeah, the question is, can they do it? They got 5 games left. Now is the time where if you're 100 Thieves, you got to start performing. If you're TSM, you got to start performing. Will they do it in game number 2 is the question, because game 2 is just around the corner. Before we jump in, predictions, thoughts, who's going to take game number 2? Will we see our consistent teams, G2, XSET, Premier, and the like continue to perform, or do you think it's going to be one of our lower half teams? Blue, starting with you.
I think I'm feeling this one for G2 right now. They've got a lot of the momentum swinging in their favor, especially with the last game yesterday and this first game today. Not winning it, but okay, managing to pull off the kills. I think they're looking good. I think the game 2 is going to end up going to them. Let's find out.
You know what? I like that prediction, Blue, because I agree, okay? After the fact that they had 2 back-to-back games yesterday, the last two games with 15 kills apiece, and didn't get a single win for it. Then we start off today, another 9 kills. Now we're 3 games back-to-back with an insane KP. All they need to do is continue doing exactly what they're doing, because they barely need those last few placement points. But if they get it, then the lead that Charlotte Phoenix has will not last for long, because if they can get the first place finish that's when I don't think any of these teams can catch up.
All right, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our second drop of the day here into World's Edge. A new leader on our leaderboard being established as the Charlotte Phoenix push their way forward into #1 and absolutely rip Xset off the top of it, pushing them down into a 4th place finish after they have another unfortunate 0-point game for themselves. That's also put Premier GG as well as G2 into great positions inside of our top 3, but will they stay there? That is always the question of consistency here in a BR, and we're going to find out the answer to it very, very soon, as everyone once again will go through the looting process here at the start, and we'll see also once more that very close landing between Ghost and BBG that could lead to an early fight, as we're once again going to be in a fairly north-centered circle here to start things out. A little bit more east pulling this side as well, so that's going to favor teams like Complexity, the Knights, and TSM once again, as we'll be probably favoring Fragment more than likely, depending on where the first few circles go.
Yeah, this will be another really solid opportunity for Complexity to go. You can see the ping on the map there. Go for that high ground area that they like holding right on the edge of Epicenter when these are the types of zones that they do get. And then that might be the opportunity that Complexity needs to really have that bounce back. The one thing that I did like that we noticed in the first game was that they were kind of in a little bit of a rough spot, and they handled it well. They were able to handle a third party that pushed them and keep them off of them, and that just looked like the spark, the beginnings of some good things for Complexity to stay.
Not only for Complexity, to Team Liquid being dealt a very similar card in that previous matchup as well, where they had positioning early on, but unfortunately just had so many teams rotating directly on top of them that although they survived, I believe, one team's attempt to push against them, they just really didn't even have a second to breathe and get ready for the second fight, so really had no chance to survive that third party that was thrown at them, despite some good work knocking out TSM, and I think maybe even one other squad there too. So going to look to improve on that, as they'll obviously be forced to rotate a little bit more this time, starting out in Skyhook to get into a safer position. Speaking of rotates, we're starting to see the first bit of those come out from teams that had to cover more ground, specifically W taking some early moves here, actually kind of encroaching on Complexity territory, might go directly for them at this point here, as they're going to land very, very close indeed on top of Epicenter.
Interesting choice that's where they want to go, knowing exactly that Complexity does land there. I'm also looking at these other rotates on the map. Looks like TSM is going past Complexity, rotating behind them. That's where Lazarus is trying to look. They're all the way over in the survey camp area. Possible that they run into each other on the back end or the north end of this zone. Absolute Monarchy now making their way in from Overlook, as a lot of these squads start to try and nail down where they'd like to hold. But you can see from that top-down view just how close Complexity and W are, and they are definitely going to try to poke each other down right now if they can.
We'll continue to see a little bit of a hectic buildup over here towards Epicenter, as apparently the circle is probably going to favor this part of the map more than likely if we're seeing the majority of our teams rotate over towards here and survey camp. That's going to mean, once again, a lot of teams out in the open, not necessarily having coverage to play behind, and could lead to some very early fights if we do end up going that way. You can see specifically Complexity trying to kind of hunker down around one of the storage containers here, as they're going to set up a few caustic barrels, with more and more teams continuing to rotate in from the skies. They do not want to be caught and jumped on by one of those teams. They want to make sure they have something to fall back upon and defend should the worst happen, as we were seeing happen to quite a few of our teams, especially over towards Lava Fisher in the previous drop.
Yeah, you know that you've got Complexity looking towards that dead center portion of Epicenter, trying to see if any of those teams decide to take those zips up and hold the high ground, which inevitably we'll see at least one squad up there doing. You can see on this top down, Knights is now here. SSG has made their way in. Lazarus has found a place where they now want to hide or hold down, but there's so many teams. It's the first come, first serve in this survey camp area, because there's not a lot of these buildings to be held. So the ones that get there first are going to have a little bit of an edge. And you can see on the big map, you've got Exit there on the outskirts, 100 Thieves trying to make their way in as well. Everyone is trying to claim a little bit of space. And this is Complexity's home. So I mean, we keep talking about them potentially having a little bit of a bounce back. I'm hoping that these are all the factors they need to give them that little bit of a boost.
Hasn't always worked out to be that way, though, despite having the home landing ground here. Oftentimes that has pushed those teams to be some of the first to be knocked out, as they're one of the more obvious ones, the more easiest to spot out via the sky rotates that are coming in from those Valkyrie ultimates, as well as other forms of redeployment here. Regardless, we're going to start seeing a few teams begin to poke at each other. Renegades look like they're in the midst of a small skirmish at this moment, and actually a pretty rough one here, as they're going to have nades thrown at them. I think another team also trying to third party and chip some damage into this one. Absolute Monarchy certainly being one of the ones to fire in from above against these teams, as they'll crack out at least one of the members of Renegades and down them as well. Sorcerer going in, and that's going to trigger the defensive bombardment from the Renegades as they try to survive, but are quickly losing their players here. All down at just their Gibby, as he's trying to fend them all off with a default EVA 8 here, already recovering the banners of both of his teammates. As unfortunately, it's Stuni just going to have to try and wrap this one out now, look for an opportunity to sneak over towards that respawn beacon over the next few moments, as more and more teams are going to continue to rotate in, and more teams are going to continue to try and poke at each other here.
Yeah, looks like Absolute Monarchy is the squad that decides to take that position on high, and they're doing a good job utilizing their angles to deal some poke damage built by gamers down below. And if I'm not mistaken, we also saw Noble getting in on the action that was against Renegades. All of these teams so on top of each other. You can see Noble is the team that's inside on the low ground of that tower. So right now, everyone's just trying to scare people off. They'll take the damage to level up their shields, but they don't really want to have to force a full-on engagement because there's so many teams around in the general vicinity that could easily third party. The last thing they want to do is really fully commit to those fights. It's mostly about holding your ground, keeping everybody away from you, and getting your shields as highly leveled up as possible. As we see that now this action has started to calm down a little bit again, everybody going for a reset.
I believe that Stuni did successfully make it over to the respawn beacon, so should be bringing both of his teammates back into the fold. That's if he can survive, of course, here. Need to wait for them to get out of the dropship first here before you're safe, so he'll quickly tuck his tail behind cover, and his two teammates will leap back into the action here, as that team will get their second chance to survive. Won't be knocked out just yet, as they're into the fray. Once again, Complexity, I believe that is back to full strength here, as they're not going to be the only ones in the fray. More teams also continuing to rotate into positions here closer to Epicenter to get ready for the second and third tier circles, which we'll be deploying towards relatively soon. Got a few other teams playing on the edge, though, and the ones that we're pretty much used to being there. No huge surprises at this point, as it's Esports Arena way off in the distance by Geyser, G2 and Energy rotating from similar far-off positions. Furia surprisingly taking a bit more of a passive note on their pushes so far here, as they're also going to hug the circle, and so unfortunate for, the Renegades was the team that lost those two players earlier and is now going to lose the full breadth of their roster, as they're not given enough time to recover weaponry or shields after they get their other two members back in the game on a respawn.
Yeah, that was a rough spot to have to try to get your teammates back in, especially because there's like 5 teams around you that can hear and see those revives coming in, and there's not a whole lot of loot to re-loot up once they do come down. And Noble, being that team that had knocked them the first time around, is now the team that cleans up on those final kills. Renegades being our first squad that goes down, and you can see how the circle continues to shift here, and all of our squads are in very, very solid positions. I'm actually looking at Charlotte Phoenix, though, and they are in a quite comfortable position at the very north edge of Fragment West, not having to deal with too many teams, at least for this mid-game portion. They might be able to deal some poke damage on a lot of the squads that did favor the northern edge of this zone and try to hunker down there, while also being able to then rotate on the edge as things continue to shrink down, and they might be putting themselves in yet another solid spot.
Back on Furia, who, like we were saying before, is in a bit of a precarious position now, as they've got a bit of a harsh rotate to work their way into the next circle exit, playing point guard to that rotate itself. And thankfully, Furia going to get the advanced intel on this, as they're one of the few teams that are still running crypto here in this tournament. So they will have the drone to rush out there, give them that extra intel, as well as the great engagement capability from the EMP. So that will more than likely be used sooner rather than later to try and push in against Exit and get them out of position, and more importantly, allow for Furia to rotate into a safer position and hopefully not get caught as well by 100 Thieves or Energy, who is going to be in their direct path, as they'll more than likely try to cut directly south, moving in from here. G2, in the meanwhile, is going to try to rocket themselves forward into the initial circle, as they have finally reached kind of the zone of contention here after looting up for the large majority of this game so far on the southern quadrant of the map. They are going to bypass Esports Arena and come fairly close to Charlotte Phoenix in the process. You'll see a couple bits of chip damage being deployed on the G2 in the process, but there's plenty of room there over towards the northeast end of Fragment West for them to take up positioning, so shouldn't be running into too many issues this early on.
I think that was a really smart rotate from G2, looking at the area that they're now able to hold. Also a decent rotation coming in from Esports Arena here, as they're able to pick up some last minute loot items and have a pretty uncontested rotation, seeing as so many of those squads went for the early rotate and EA Sports Arena was just kind of waiting everybody else out. Now on board with Exit, though, our most consistent squad from yesterday, who's kind of just fell off a little bit here. They've not been able to start the day as well as they would have hoped. In the last 2 games of yesterday, they were 12th and 13th place finishes, which was definitely not what we saw in the entire first half of the day from them. So they're looking for a little bit of a bounce back as well here, as they are holding those tracks to the north, that tunnel to the north, hoping that they don't have to deal with too many squads in their area.
Furia continuing to wait out for a moment of opportunity to rotate in against Xset here, is blocking them off at the moment. Like I said, very much guarding that and going to deny any opportunities so they will not get pushed in too aggressively here. More importantly, forced into that big fight on the outside against 100 Thieves, SSG, who could very easily catch them if they're going to be forced out of the tunnel. Instead, Furia going to be forced to go on the low ground path and make that cut down to the south instead. Those are just some of the other teams holding out in the field here, but at the same time, once more, circle still closing itself in. Furia has reached a safe point, though, and it looks like they are actually going to be able to dodge the fight versus Xsets. Looking away from that one, both teams will maintain relatively stable positions while they wait to see where the third tier circle is going to take them here over the next 20 seconds or so. Away from that, though, still going to find plenty of positioning to play from for Furia. Specifically, they'll have their safety guaranteed, despite having to run past a few other players to make it to that position.
Furia's been doing a really good job of playing this edge as safely and as intelligently as they can, though. Gonna set up here and wait and see how this ends up panning out for them, where the rest of these teams decide to rotate and hold themselves, because if they don't have to take a fight right now, they are not going to. You can see that minimal damage so far for Furia. They've managed to avoid everyone else, but they do have some really solid sight lines on so many of the popularly held areas. And as I say that, they do manage to peek on one of the players across the way, knowing that there's likely a squad there they're going to be able to focus on, but they don't have to worry about anybody at their back. And with how many squads are on the northern edge of this western moving eastward kind of rotation could really work out well for them.
It's going to be a little bit of a race, though, as they're not the only team involved in this. It looks like Space Station currently sitting on the other side of that small chip fight that they are engaged in, but more teams in the area as well. Last time I saw the minimap, I believe at least 2 were in the neighborhood, but keep in mind how prevalent Valkyrie is in the meta. A lot of these teams can very easily just rocket their way out of here should the need arise. Actually, SSG a little bit more than North, as I correct myself here. They're in a bit more of an awkward situation, staring down Team Liquid, Lazarus, as well as the Knights inside of the same zip code as they are right now, trying to wait this one out, and more importantly, wait for the correct moment of opportunity to go for the next rotate here, as that circle will be starting to close in about 1 minute, and will force the movement out of the large majority of these teams here as they try to establish good paths for this late round rotate, and probably one of the last ones they'll need to make here before the fighting gets started. Once again, though, still with all 20 teams basically alive, only lost 1 squad so far here, so just like our last game, it is going to be a bit of a powder keg waiting to be exploded here. And who will be the first team to like the match? Well, waiting to see. You're going to see Absolute Monarchy certainly take a lot of the aggression off of them, and they're going to land at the lower end of a building where we already have Charlotte Phoenix and Built by Gamers maintaining positions at. So this is truly going to be a tough position for all these teams to try and wiggle around over the next few moments.
And a lot of those squads who were banking on this being a little bit more of a northern pull just saw that they are now going to have to start making some pretty aggressive rotations back towards that western side that we just saw Furia holding so well for themselves. Charlotte, like I was saying earlier, the fact that they chose these buildings, they've put themselves in an insanely solid position. They have high ground. They know that they are now holding this building. If people are below them on the floors, they'll at least be able to hear them. And they're able to deal a lot of poke to the rest of the teams that now have to push their way in. Charlotte Phoenix is just looking really, really solid for themselves right now as the rest of the teams try to clear them off of this roof. But they have just a massive vantage point advantage over the rest of these teams.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix having pretty much unlimited sight lines from the rooftop here, and even catching at least one of the teams trying to rotate in. They are going to notice the fight starts below them between BBG and the other squad that rotated in a few moments prior as well. So they'll keep their eyes on that, waiting for the opportunity to third party, as it's Absolute Monarchy that is the third team fighting for control of this building here. Built by gamers so far, fending off entirely the attempt to push them out of position, however. So it's actually fairly unlikely, in my opinion, that we will see Charlotte Phoenix try to jump onto this one. If they read the situation correctly, they're going to see that once again Absolute Monarchy need to get close to wiping out BBG. So Charlotte Phoenix actually going to start to move down their building just a little bit here, but will actually take a fight versus another squad instead as they start to return to the roof, realizing that it's a bit more heated than they realized in the area.
They do have a lot of those long-range weapons, though. They've got the Scout in hand, able to do some decent poke damage with that as well. Get themselves some really solid shields, and you can see here on the map just how many of those squads that were up in that survey camp area, they are now having to make their way farther south than they would have initially really wanted to do. But this is so hard for these squads, because now that zone shift, once again, everyone that's on the edge, you can see you've got W, G2, BBG, Ghost is down there. I think there's still one player from Absolute Monarchy, obviously Charlotte Phoenix, Esports Arena, all on that southern edge. They now have to go north. Everybody else on the top has to come in from and head a little bit farther south. And then even these people that were hoping it would be to the west, they now have to move all into this insanely open area. And the only squad that's got even like the least little bit of cover and space and height is TSM.
Would argue that W actually has a bit of a leverageable position, I think, from high ground more than anything, if I'm reading the map layout correctly. But we'll check in with that in a little bit, as they're still going to have to contend with rotates from 3+ teams, more than likely. So there's still a good opportunity for them to get run over via third party if they decide to stay in that position. Esports Arena going to be one of the first to pull the trigger on their full rotate, however, using the Valkyrie to play to get themselves in the air and hopefully into a better position. They'll take themselves a bit closer to epicenter here, as we're going to see one of them land up on top of the sign and wait this timer out a little bit to try and find better ground, safer ground to deploy themselves towards. A lot of other teams also moving, and they're moving directly on top of them. G2 in the meanwhile taking a fight versus at least one of the members of W. A second going down as well. They're going to be able to completely wipe them out. As we go back over here towards Esports Arena, though, this rotate seems to have not worked out, as we've got another team jumping on top of them. It's NRG that counters their own Valve rotate with one of their own and completely wipes out the members of Esports Arena. BBG in a different position, going to fall a few seconds later as well, and that brings us down to just 13 squads left.
This is when all of these rotates start to get really rough. I cannot believe that NRG just decided that the best play was to drop straight down on top of Esports Arena. It paid off for them for now. We'll have to see if it continues to work, but Ghost Gaming taking a lot of damage here, but they are able to clear 100 Thieves in their engagement. You can see Exit on the low ground below NRG, who's now controlling that rock. SSG is on the outskirts alongside Premier, who's able to hold off this, but Liquid is battling for their lives now. We've got one knocked, and they're trying to continue keeping themselves alive here. I think are they up against G2 right now?
It's looking like it here, as we've lost so many squads over the last few moments. It's hard to keep up with who still is and isn't in this game. I know Fury's been knocked out. Pretty sure TSM has been eliminated here. G2 still at nearly full strength here, as they're going to fend off a Lazarus and take them out in the middle of a bubble battle as well. Their Valk getting quite low, but now with the time needed to recover. Xset, importantly, also still in this fight as well, as they're looking to retain their top 5 position after the last few games have been a bit rocky for them. 2 0-point games, I think, out of the last 3 going towards Xset. This time, it's going to be a little different, as they're on the kill board, and more importantly, they're very close to our top 5 for this game. Energy, they've lost Rocker, but still have a high ground position around so many of these teams, and that gives them the capability to dominate and somewhat dictate the pacing of the next few fights.
Can you imagine if they also had a respawn beacon on top of it? If they could just get him to spawn in on top of that rock, that would be insane with all of the loot that they have up there now. But G2 somehow has done it again, where they are on the edge and they just push through these teams like an absolute wrecking ball, destroying anybody that gets in their path. We'll have to see who they have their sights set on next, but it looks like SSG is the closest squad, and then Premier, Xset. Everybody else by that rock does have their sights set on NRG. Want to make sure that NRG isn't able to rain down any damage from above while they are focusing on anybody across the way, because that would be the absolute worst case scenario for them.
Here comes G2 making the jump onto Space Station Gaming. They catch them on the flank, and know they have the right to engage. They're going to go right for it here. Losing a lot of shields in the process and having trouble cracking it, but they're going to get the first down here. Drop the first to get knocked out for SSG so far. No returns against G2 as they've got all 3 players alive and well. And there we go. SSG going to get themselves wiped out as G2 make mincemeat of yet another squad here, pushing it down to our top 5. As another respectable placement is found from SSG, but they're going to fail to carry it forward into our final 3 as Xset now moves in. I believe he's going to be able to knock out PGG as well as we go down to the final 4 here with G2 starting to put that pressure right back on Xset with some good damage coming in there on Gent's Q.
That was huge. And the fact that they were instantly able to turn and switch their focus over to Xset is... It was just so clean. I mean, watching that fight with G2 up against SSG, it was so controlled, and they toggled their damage with each other incredibly well, making sure that neither one of them, or any 3 of them, took too much damage, but was also doing enough to take out SSG just 1 player at a time. Xset having to back off as G2 does continue to chip away at those shields. They're going to go for a little bit of a reset here. They do have the advantage of that Loba black market, and that additional loot right now with all of the death boxes in the area will be a huge advantage for Xset, but NRG still on high, just kind of waiting this out, I believe, as they go for that Valk rotate. We'll have to see what they do with this here with only 2 players left.
Big jump to the sky, as you said, with only 2 players remaining. They need something to change up the pace of this fight when they finally decide to jump into it here, and they're going to use the Valk rotate to get the intel they need. Unfortunately, it's not going to leave them in a great position to land in here as they get themselves onto the ground, both of them at nearly low or absolutely no shields to play on here, but with golds for both of them, they're going to get back into fighting shape very quickly. G2 won't be distracted there. They're going to continue to push on to Xset, already downing one of them, and very close to more going down as well. Gent still leading the charge here with that Peacekeeper knocking them out, but he knows here comes the rotate from Energy as well. They've got the gold shields, but that's not going to be enough for at least one of their players. Gent bringing it down as I think we end up in a 1v1 to control this one. Gent trying to keep the fight alive here as he runs away from the engagement, gets the reset, and is now going to try to hop back in here to save his teammates, knock out this last player, but can he get it done? They're all going to sit directly on top of these down shields. Who will come out on top of the fight? It's so close, but it's Energy with the 2v3 to win our second game.
No way! Are you kidding me? That was essentially a 2v6, really, though. They were able to leverage the fight between Xset and G2 so well, and Nathan somehow surviving until the end to get the win for Energy. John, that was absolutely insane.
Madness, and the way that they did it as well, using that Valkyrie ult to just try and avoid the fight as long as they can, forcing the other 2 teams to fight, played to near perfection, called by the IGL in sweet, and executed in the 1v1 there by Nathan. And the crazy part about that, Blue, it seemed like Gent had control of that 1v1. I mean, connected for more shots initially, but just a PK to the face ended that real quick.
Yeah, I'm curious what the call was for him to go like down the cliff edge there, as we saw him going almost for a reset. We switched onto his POV kind of late, so we may have missed him battering up or something right there. But when we switched on him, he was at full HP, so kind of wondering why he needed to back away from that fight and ultimately going for the reset when he could have just tried to shut that down a bit more aggressively. But either way, a very epic conclusion to that one, as teams were fighting for every bit of control they possibly could due to just how open that final circle was.
Yeah, you love when a game ends in a 1v1. Always so intense, fun to watch, that's for sure. NRG gets the upper hand in that one, but I just gotta say, I gotta brag for y'all, because you won't brag for yourselves. You called it, by the way, with the G2 performance there in that game. They perform yet again, and you gotta wonder what that's gonna do for the standings here. As we're calculating those, let's take a look at some replays here from game number 2. Glitter and Blue, walk me through it, starting with you, Glitter.
Okay, now before this all started, to get to this hectic insanity, the fact that NRG was ready with that insane aggression from the beginning, because remember, Esports Arena made that Valk rotate onto this high ground rock, and within 3 seconds of landing, NRG was already on top of them. NRG wanted to have that hold, they wanted those sight lines, and they wanted that advantage, and they instantly took it from Esports Arena. I was actually surprised that they went for it so aggressively, but they wiped them out with zero contest, really. So the fact that NRG was able to do that, they did lose that 1 player, and then they're left in that 2-man situation from there on out, and somehow turn the entire thing in their favor, because we watched how many squads G2 had to take out in front of them. They were able to clear out SSG. Xset was able to clear out Premier. I mean, there was a lot going on. NRG avoided it and had the most perfect ending for themselves, Blue.
All this fight that you're seeing right now, the very start of this, where you saw like those 2 to 3 teams just waterfalling in over that scoreboard, that was the initial position or the initial time when Energy went into that spot and started to take up that positioning for themselves. They just sat there for the last like 5 to 10 minutes of the game, cleaned up multiple rosters from up on top, and although, yeah, because it was kind of an exposed position, they eventually lost someone, they had the plan to take out the final 2 squads as well by avoiding the fight with the Valkyrie ultimate and ended up winning it from a very risky position there. So great stuff from Energy, despite the fact that, again, they kind of coin flipped getting into that spot in the first place.
Yeah, an IQ game for G2 as well, so that should help them a lot. Second place, I think at least 8 to 10 kills there, if not even more for G2. I mean, they just can continue to put up double-digit kills. It's been darn impressive. You know, NRG is capable of the same. So as we're calculating the standings, I can't wait to take a look at the standings because it's going to be an interesting one. NRG and G2 both were in the top 5, top 7-ish, and that'll certainly help them in the grand scheme of things. But a fun-to-watch game number 2. We've gotten 2 northern zones here, Glitter. We've been a little bit blessed after a lot of southern zones yesterday.
I'm actually very excited about it. I feel like they're giving us completely different teams that are in the end, but then the ones that are just kind of standing out are consistently in those end zones. The fact that we've seen a little bit more though out of Liquid, out of 100 Thieves, those are the squads that are landing in the north and they're getting a little bit more momentum. Same thing with Complexity. I think it's really starting to level the playing field.
Yeah, and a lot of people like to say, oh, the zone landed on you, you're so lucky. Sometimes that's not the case. I mean, a team like G2, a team like NRG likes to play edge. It's hard to play edge when you're smack dab in the middle of the zone. All you can do is pitch a tent in thermal station or staging where NRG drops. So they prefer those northern zones where they can rotate, they can play edge, they can pick their fights, and it's been working out very, very well for them to start. But we are hard at work calculating the standings. Gonna give ourselves a little bit of a break here. When we come back though, we'll have the standings, we'll have game number 3 ready for you right after this.
JBL presents The Sounds of Victory. JBL Quantum Gaming Headsets.
Brooke, before you put those on, we have an idea. Behind you. Oops, never mind. You lose.
Where were the footsteps?
Should we leave?
Yes, go.
I'm sorry, Brooke.
Go.
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the JBL Quantum Cup 2021. This is our North America competition here for Apex Legends as we take a beautiful look of my hometown city, Chicago. One of our many North American cities represented today and this weekend. We got G2, my man Resulta, just north of Chicago up in Wisconsin, currently dominating with a 15-kill game. That's their third 15-kill game here, Blue and Glitter. I mean, just ridiculous stuff coming from G2.
What if we're going to break the record here? When are we going to see 16 kill games? It's got to be one sooner rather than later. But yeah, G2 absolutely crushing it. Maybe not so, or actually even so in placements. I think it's 2 second-place games in a row for them as well. So even in the placement department, G2 is just absolutely shutting it down right now, getting point after point in each of these games.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I'm looking at these numbers, and I'm looking at their numbers from yesterday, and I feel like it's almost gotten to the point where they don't even need a win, and they're still just putting up these numbers that are so much more impressive than some of the other squads.
Yeah, meanwhile, taking a look at the second page here, Pittsburgh Knights, unfortunately not able to have a great game from them. Absolute Monarchy, who started the tournament strong with a win. Slow game there in game number 2, or at least game number 8, technically in the grand scheme of things. Speaking of the grand scheme of things, let's take a look at the grand standings of this tournament. And G2 takes the first place spot for the first time. Congratulations to the G2 Controller boys on top with 86. Charlotte Phoenix right behind them with 76. Premier GG, most consistent team in this competition so far, in third. And then NRG XSET currently tied for 5th here, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm really surprised again. Premier always managing to sneak their way in. As once more, I think they have like top 4, top 5 finishing in that last game once again as well. So some good stuff for them. Always keeping up the pressure in that regard and keeping them very, very close to the top here. But we're starting to see a trend. We're starting to see a leader unfold in G2 as they're leading by a solid 10 points. It's one of the healthiest leads we've seen for a team all tournament here. I'm curious to see again if that momentum's going to be able to carry it forward. And unfortunately for XSET, once more, even with them having a slightly better game that time, at least making it into the top 10 and getting some frags for themselves, they're still going to lose another place as they're now at the bottom of the prize pool in 5th.
Yeah, meanwhile, if your esports arena down on that graphic, just to remind y'all, about 35 points down, so TSM, 100 Thieves, Complexity, Knights, and the like, it's do or die at this point. I mean, 4 games left. That's your last chance opportunity. You gotta be able to perform all 4 of those games straight, which is difficult to do, but hey, G2's done it 4 games straight technically. Last 2 games of yesterday, first 2 games of today. Premier's been able to do it. So certainly anything is still possible at this point, but G2, Charlotte, Phoenix, these teams at the top are starting to run away with the glitter.
It's not surprising, but I thought maybe those teams at the top would have been a little bit more willing to be more passive in the first couple games of the day, kind of feel out the rest of the lobby and see how those teams at the bottom were going to play, maybe prepare for some very early game aggression from the squads that needed those additional points. But instead, the teams at the top have been like, no, we're not even going to let that happen. We're going to start the day out hot, and we're going to make sure that we don't even give them the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, just keeping their foot on the gas pedal, which, by the way you want to play. The best defense, the best offense is a good offense. The best offense wins championships. I'm just going to keep using generic adages that don't make any sense here. But nonetheless, very aggressive play from our top teams in this competition as we get ready for game number 3, which is loading in. We are almost at the halfway point of today's competition. We are on game 9 of the overall competition, 12 games total. Let's go ahead and jump right in. And you already know we got to start on board with our top 2 from last game with NRG and G2.
Let's get into it once again, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly halfway done already with the day's festivities and 3/4 of the way through our overall matches. So, as John was saying, gonna be see some teams. Is okay, what's this G2 landing on top of another squad? Apparently, who are they fighting against? And meanwhile, as they're chasing down at least one member from these teams, that might be PGG sitting on the other end, possibly Charlotte Phoenix, if I'm identifying the skin correctly. But we'll see in a second if someone gets down. Not right now, though, as they're just gonna chase that player away.
This is a scary start to the tree area. A G2 kind of just really dealing that damage to be like, listen, we're here. Don't come our way. And we'll let you live for now because it's Renegades. Okay, it's Renegades down there at Tree. G2 do almost clear out one of their players and then decide that they're going to back off, go back to Thermal, because obviously G2, we know, lands at Thermal. So they were just kind of pushed up a little bit, knowing that they have a little bit of cushion. And at this point, I think they're just trying to harass and scare people away because they can. There's no other reason for it.
I mean, they've got the reputation to back it up, right? After the last 3 games here, 15 kills, 45 over the last 3 games alone, I think. So some really crazy stuff from them. They've got the reputation as they're now just going to try and bully their way through the first few minutes of this game and get our Renegades kind of off their loot game for the first few minutes here. It's also going to throw them off a little bit too, obviously, as they've got to run back and grab everything at Thermal Station where they wouldn't have been able to do that before. And they've got a long way to go as far as the rotate is concerned. Once again, we're going to be pulling even more north this time and a little bit to the east as well, as we'll favor something over towards either Fragment or once again Epicenter. Could go to really any of those zones over on the northeast side of the map, the frozen part of the map.
Yeah, almost another, a little bit of a redo for those squads. Obviously, the teams that are in the zone have a second chance at trying to get some more points. But what we saw in that last match was that it was really the squads that were rotating in late, playing that edge, that did well for themselves, like the NRGs, obviously the G2s. I mean, you can see where everybody is in the zone. SSG is already starting to make their way in on that western side, going past Furia over in Countdown. And a lot of the teams in the north already starting to try and get themselves set up. You see 100 Thieves pushing in from Skyhook, also getting themselves towards Survey Camp. And W, I believe, is also making their push in up there as well. Everyone looks like they're kind of betting that it's going to be farther north this time around, favoring Climatizer, where we see Lazarus. And there's possibility for any of these squads that are landing down there, Absolute Monarchy, to try and clear them out early.
Either way here, once again, as you're saying, a lot of teams working mainly on rotates right now, especially those that sit on the southern end of the map here. The Charlotte Phoenix roster catching some of the members of PGG as they try to rotate. I believe they're redeployed to Bloom to get themselves into the first circle zone. All 3 of them will make it past that here, as once again, inside of the complexity area, they're also in the midst of a small battle themselves as they get themselves going with a slight skirmish against another team, as they'll be one of the first to arrive here, and I think Lazarus will be on the other end of that skirmish.
I think it might be Absolute Monarchy that they ran into, actually, right on the eastern side of that, potentially, and they're just going to try and at least get some throwables in here. Lazarus is right around the corner, though. They're all in like this weird triangle, and Lazarus can obviously hear the action going on between Absolute Monarchy and Complexity. You can see Lazarus trying to push up, potentially see if there's maybe a third party potential for them, because they also don't want these teams to be too close to them if they can prevent it. So as Complexity and Absolute Monarchy focus on each other, deal a lot, they're using a lot of their utility. You can see that Lazarus is at least a little bit intrigued by it.
A huge amount of nades being expended between both teams here. More than anything, just to take out the doors to kind of remove that comfortability for the setup inside of these buildings here. But obviously, again, the wasting of the caustic barrels isn't going to be too much of a loss. Those respawn fairly quickly, so they're going to be able to just chuck those down pretty much immediately after they are fended off. But still, all this pressure going to be focused on Complexity for the time being. It looks like Lazarus even trying to pop a couple shots off onto them as well, and certainly probably going to be trying to do the same to the Absolute Monarchy setup just across the way as well. Want to make both of those teams feel as uncomfortable as possible, as they will not be the only ones in this area. Just to the south, you've got 3+ other teams. BBG rotating into Epicenter, for instance. Knights in the facility just to the north of them. Way more is once again everyone just going to stack up inside of what will more than likely become the second circle zone here, should it pull that much further to the northeast.
If it does, this is going to be yet another very, very spicy zone for us. I feel like we're just having a really good day of zone so far, and I'm very excited about it.
Good enough. Forcing the early engagements at least here, so we're going to go to another fight that seems to be thrust upon Energy. They're going to get the heck out of here, though, after they heal up inside of their bubble, quickly using the Wraith portal to get them to a little bit better coverage inside of the facility itself here as they rotate themselves around and try to get away from that fight. But as I say that, it's looking like, again, Xset and Lazarus able to actually take down 2 out of 3 of the members of Energy, and as well, Complexity's Eyes Shiny is able to finish off one of them, fully knocking them out and sealing away that KP.
And we've seen NRG caught in these situations before where they are the unfortunate, they're on the receiving end of a very unlucky early game engagement. So we'll have to see what they're able to do now that they've lost some of their players, but Absolute Marquee Complexity decide that they want to just get rid of each other as early as possible. So much damage coming in, trying to clear out Complexity, but they're able to hold on so far and see if they want to push back to the safety of their initial building. They decide that that was a little bit more than they had bargained for, and once again, it's a reset. This is just, it's a dance, okay, between these two squads trying to see if they can chip away at each other and hold some ground before the rest of the lobby starts to show up.
Yeah, Complexity very close to getting the rights to push directly into Absolute Monarchy's setup there, as they did manage to get a down from range off onto one of the members of AM, and that's what really started all that chaos there that lasted a few seconds. Unfortunately, the Caustic setup just a little bit too strong to push in against. They couldn't get a second crack off to really allow them to go in without too much of a worry that they would be traded out, so they hold it back, and as you said, go back into the kind of dancing shape between these two teams. They're having to dodge some nades, though, as another one's going to go in, dealing some serious damage to at least two of them as they try to fend this off now, but they're looking worse for wear here, as all three of their players getting bled out. Just the Caustic left alive here, as more players are going to start to rotate, and we've got Esports Arena coming in through Overlook, going to try to start sweeping into this zone from the south side, but they'll have to deal with Complexity and Noble before they can even get close to that battle further north involving Complexity and AM, who I believe was just wiped out.
You know, I'm surprised that Absolute Monarchy decided that after their reset, they wanted to push in on Complexity. I feel like that might have been a little bit too aggressive just for how early on we were, but they looked like they felt good about it. Unfortunately, Complexity was ready for that push. They had so many barrels down to also assist in, you know, the damage that was being taken. And now they have cleared out a lot of space as a result of that engagement around them. You can see that we've got SSG, Lazarus on top of each other, W's over here, Premier's here, BBG's here, but they're all far away from Complexity after that fight with Absolute Monarchy.
So some great stuff from Complexity there, as they're going to get nearly an infinite amount of room to play with. Still have to see how that circle is going to pull, though, in terms of if it will remain a safe harbor for them, or if they'll have to eventually rotate away from it. As you can see, we've got PGG as well as Built by Gamers on top of W, sitting fairly close to the main facility of this area here. A lot of teams stacking up. It's a bit of a precarious stack, though, once again, as you can see, not a lot of safe rotate options to get out of here if a team ends up pressuring them. So should we see Lazarus try to jump into the fray if they get pushed by Complexity, or something else force the fight onto one of these two, it will very quickly run out of room to play with, though, as Premier GG is just a little bit better off inside of their positioning. And Noble still trying to fend off Esports Arena, who we saw a few moments ago rotate into this one on a Valkyrie redeploy here at Overlook.
They're definitely going to be looking to try and clear Esports Arena out before Noble continues to make their rotation towards the zone right now, knowing that Esports Arena is on your back is less than ideal. And they do have a little bit of time to play with, but if they don't clean this engagement up soon, then it could put them a little bit on the back foot, whether that's trying to, you know, fight then inside of the zone, or they have to worry about squads hearing and potentially trying to push their way over in third party. But Noble in at least a decent spot for themselves right now. And G2, our aggressive edge playing squad for the past 2 days with an insane amount of kills on the board. Once again, sitting pretty, taking their time as they loot early game, able to get themselves in a really solid spot. They're going to be continuing to move through Skyhook. And then from there, we'll probably just wait everybody else out like they've done so far.
Designful wanting to get a bit of a surprise engagement going against that team across the way, as he manages to open up a tear there, get himself onto the roof very quickly to deploy to that position, but well, he gets 2 shots connected on the wingman, not going to be enough to follow through with it, just to gives them the room they need, however, to continue clearing out the rest of Skyhook here, as they're going to push their way forward and look to try and get into better position a bit closer to the circle itself, as once again, we'll have that second one begin to close in on G2 and the rest of the teams around here very, very shortly here. That doesn't mean they're going to avoid stepping into it here to finish off a few pieces of loot if they need to. And it is indeed going to be Furia, our usual resident of Skyhook, that ends up rotating out first as they take a little bit of heat from the push from Designful and are now going to move into the wider pastures of the next valley here, as it'll be a bit snowier as you move into the circles area. For Premier GG, though, they seem to have taken some heat. Like I said, not a whole lot of room to escape their current position, despite the fact they've got a lot of interior space to play with. If they need to leave it, it's not going to be too kind to them, as there's plenty of teams surrounding them at this point, and it is going to end up costing them a down on the hill. Not fully eliminated just yet, and it looks like he's found a fairly safe corner to play from, so possibly a good chance for someone else to come revive him. However, it looks like we came in the middle of a fight here, as another member of another team is also down fairly close to him, and in a second we'll probably see him get finished off.
I think that might be a member from Ghost. If I caught it in the kill feed correctly, I think they were able to get a frag down on one person from Ghost. Yeah, okay. That's okay. So that I don't know where they caught him, but they are able to at least clean up that KP. It does end up costing them possibly more than it's worth, as Ghost was waiting in the wings for them to go for that final kill. Now Ronnie's the only one alive for Premier, but able to fend off Ghost yet again and might be able to get another reset.
Liquid also going to press into enemy territory here as they manage to pop off one of the caustic barrels moving forward for themselves, but that will end up taking a fairly safe position at the end of the day there. PGG though gets the revenge sent out against them. Lazarus even coming in to clean that up at the end of the day as Ghost, yeah, you'll take one of our teammates and we'll take your whole team in trade for that one, and Ghost will certainly be happy they get the exchange at the end of the day there, and Team Liquid will just move in and take up these old players' positions as they now take up the very same spot that we were seeing these teams fight from a few seconds ago. G2 finally committing a bit more heavily to this rotate here as they were the team way back in Skyhook, now well outside of the ring since it has closed itself in. Gonna be able to make it to the inside just in time too, as they run a little low on HP here mid-flight, but thankfully are going to make it, and obviously planning that out pretty well. They've got to make sure they avoid any sort of engagement here due to the low HP. They're gonna find some safe harbor to play from. Okay, Designful not that safe apparently, but there is some safer ground right next to him, so he's not gonna get himself knocked out a bit of a foolish fashion. Just quickly gets the heals back up, and he should be able to group up with his teammates.
That, I'm not gonna lie, that rotate, it worried me a little bit. He obviously can, port right up, but they do have a lot of people in the area that they decided to land. There's going to be lots of eyes on them, having just made that fresh Valk rotate, so everyone's going to know where they are. But somehow managed to make their way in relatively untouched by the surrounding squads. Looks like everyone might have had their focus split between just the various poke battles that we've got going on between a lot of these teams. You can see Furia starting to make their way in over there on the side. Knights up on high, trying to see what they can see with their vision and that angle. They've got a nice little spot for themselves. That northeastern edge is pretty team heavy though. Complexity playing the edge a little bit for themselves, and they've been able to hold that one building for so long now.
Yeah, but sitting nice and safe there ever since they were able to wipe out team pushing against them very early on in the game. Charlotte Phoenix also hugging the edge, but they're still worried about Noble, who I believe did manage to successfully take out Esports Arena while fending off their push from Overlook, and are now on the edge of the play themselves here, trying to figure out what exactly the best path forward to push past or take out Charlotte Phoenix is going to be. The good news is they might have to worry about that too much. We can see Knights continuing to rotate in. They're going to take the southern edge of the circle, and they may find themselves thrusted into a battle against the Charlotte Phoenix roster, kind of taking some of the heat off of Noble to finish that one off. But you've also got TSM and Xset lurking close by, currently staring each other down, and on top of that, we still have a rat in play too from Ghost. Madness survived that encounter from earlier after getting third-partied by Lazarus, and he was able to escape, but is now just playing for placements, push that team's overall point total as high as possible outside of this game.
SSG looking to get involved here in a little bit of a battle if they can. Complexity now trying to pick some players out of the sky with that triple take, seeing if they can get any more damage done there. Furia has managed to find a nice place for themselves to post up here directly under BBG. They are surrounded by a decent amount of squads here, but no one really going for that push yet. 16 squads still are left, and a lot of them are going to continue holding out here as they have managed to at least claim a little bit of space for every squad in this next zone.
A little bit of space indeed here, as once again things are going to become very, very tense inside of our next circle here. We'll see how exactly it'll move in just a moment. And man, Complexity continuing to win the battle because of that building they held onto earlier. The next circle still favoring them, as well as they'll be able to maintain not only the current building they're in, but the one outside of that, as absolutely no one has tried to challenge their position since they wiped out their first opponent here. And they're just going to be able to continue sitting here, camping the day away, fending off anyone who might try to rotate into the second building next to them.
I'm shocked that no one has pushed to this northeastern area yet. I mean, they really have just been able to kind of sit back and relax after they handled Absolute Monarchy very early on, and I thought that there might have been some potential maybe for Esports Arena or Noble, who are over by Overlook, to rotate their way up, but not yet, as Knights find themselves caught in the crosshairs of Charlotte Phoenix right now, having to try and keep themselves alive. They did lose Asura, so they're going to see if they can maybe at least keep him alive, but Charlotte Phoenix is not letting up. They're going to continue to push and try to clear the Knights out. Joey taking a lot of damage, eventually going down. It's now all up to Guild. Is he going to be able to get a bat off here? Maybe get a little bit of reset, though? Potentially be able to pick his team back up?
I don't even know if he wants to right now. Still has a lot of enemies sitting close by, and the battery, a dead giveaway to his position here, so trying to remain as quiet as possible in the event he's still being chased down, which is certainly a possibility here. But he'll wait it out. He'll continue to set back here and just maintain a passive position, letting some of that time tick down on the banner recovery, so that hopefully Charlotte Phoenix ends up jumping off of that, getting themselves into another fight, and maybe he can sneak both of his teammates back and get those banners back and try to get redeploy back out at some later point here. But go back on board with G2, who's having a bit of a slower game, at least judging from Resulta's current stats here. Only 129 damage so far for him and no kills to be found. Unsure if Designful or Gent have had better luck, but considering their rotation path, I think this has been a much quieter game for them so far, but that could be about to change. They'll have at least one squad rotating right past them here, and some shots starting to connect for Resulta as he gets the final bits of damage needed to get his purple shield.
Well, you can see that Guild's trying to make his way over down there at the bottom as well, try to survive and at least rat for Knights, get some more points on the board. Back on board with Complexity, who now is getting pushed by Esports Arena. I said I was surprised that Esports Arena had not made the push towards their position. It looks like they were just waiting a little bit longer to do so, as these two squads now will need to battle it out to hold a very, very solid spot in this next zone.
Once again, a lot of squads about to get wiped out here as we push into the final bits of this second to last circle here. G2 able to get some of their first bleed outs as well, as Renegades are going to end up going down to them. Stoonie falls as well, and I believe that'll just leave one member from the Renegades alive, if anyone here. But at the same time, W starting to turn it around against G2, as they're going to be able to knock out two of them. And there we go. Hodsick gets the last frag off on Designful, finishing him off. Resulta as well taken down, so that'll leave only one player alive for G2. W also taking some heat, and although only one of them has gone down, we could see a second fall over the next couple seconds. Just far too exposed of a position. Fury gonna go directly out. Scissors also down, and their third, Phony, not too much further behind, as they get too greedy chasing out G2 and pay the price for it with their whole squad going down.
I believe we see BBG and SSG going at it down there at the bottom. Liquid, though, with a really solid spot on top of this building, kind of being able to watch everybody else as they battle it out. You can see SSG finally able to finish this engagement for the most part here, with BBG getting a couple KP on the board, hopefully putting themselves in a spot where they can res their squad, but they do start taking damage off in the distance. Able to find a little bit of cover here. Dropped, unable to escape, but Frex and Xenia will hopefully be able to maybe get him. Nope, probably not. There is no space for that to happen. So it looks like at this point he's just going to be some additional loot for them, and they'll have to hold it off here with just a duo.
So we have 12 squads left on round 5. It's going to be tough to sneak one of those in here with the little amount of space we have left. There's even going to be a complete redeploy coming out for this team, as SSG is not confident with their position. They don't have an easy path to get over this little bit of a wall, so they're just going to use the Valk ultimate to make it that much easier. Esports Arena, to correct myself from earlier, are indeed still in the fight, however, and are pushing this very, very close to the bitter end. Furia, I think, finishing off the last member of G2 as well. Gent able to survive that previous skirmish, but now getting knocked out entirely leaves G2 as a shell of their former selves, if they're even still in it at this point. BBG in similar straits. I think Tempest is the only one still alive for them, as he's trying to chase himself out there right past Lazarus, who's throwing all their abilities onto Xset, and they're not going to be the only ones trying to survive this fight. Team Liquid being thrust into the fray as well, with Complexity finally being forced out of their safety hole here, with TSM sitting directly behind them, looking to knock them out. An Esports Arena also nearby as well. This is going to be a tough one for Complexity to get out. They'll draw the ire of both of those teams. It'll be a 9-player fight inside of that corner, and it's not the only fight we have going either. Team Liquid getting the surround off onto Xset, gonna look to finish them off here if they can get control over the fight, and indeed they will, with all 3 players still standing. Back over now towards 100 Thieves, who are engaged in a whole other engagement for themselves here, trying to take out other team across the way, but not finding that engagement so easily at this point due to a bubble on the ground. Lazarus, though, getting those shots going against the team by the radio tower instead, as we reach a bit more of a calm point, but it's Esports Arena seems to be coming out on top of that 3-team fight between them, TSM, as well as Complexity there, as they're going to be able to knock them out entirely, and Complexity now moves in for the third party. They had the building, and it seems that that paid out huge for them, as they're able to turn that around and get 2 kills going. The full wipe, it looks like, onto Esports Arena, as they survive that 3-team fight, and once again have superior positioning for what's going to be these final few circles.
I cannot believe Complexity survived that and were able to come out on top with all of that additional loot. I've been watching from the top down. 100 Thieves have a great position as well. Liquid able to clear our exit and at least hold a little bit of that wall for now, so they can decide how they want to handle these last few engagements. We're at top 4 now. All of these squads taking a few moments here to loot the death boxes around them, hopefully get some last minute heals, bats, whatever they need to prepare for these next engagements. And it's Liquid that decides to make the first push. They have to pass that wall, which means it's also going to force their bubble. And Complexity has sight lines on everybody around them. They can kind of wait this out while the rest of the squad start to battle. Lazarus, 100 Thieves starting to go at it, and Lazarus is in a really rough spot. G7, the last player alive, as he tries to float above all of this carnage, while 100 Thieves are inside of their bubble. Complexity still staying on the outside, being able to kind of play this overlook role while the rest of the team's continuing to take each other out. Complexity's looking so good for themselves right now.
Dank plummets to the ground finally and is going to see himself getting knocked out, as 100 Thieves trying to fend off the aggression from Team Liquid and doing a good job of that, but Complexity barely touched on the inside of this fight. Now moving in to clean up shop here as we're down to the final 2 teams. 100 Thieves going to look to try and 2v3 this themselves, but it's so much pressure coming in so quickly. The Q coming out as well. Quickly a bubble goes down to counteract that one. Vayne just trying to run away here. He's got to be careful with the circle closing in now, as he loses his only other teammate, and it's now Vayne versus the world here. 2 players, in fact, that he has to knock out. Did manage to take down one of the members of Complexity, but he's got to go for the other 2 as well. Once the green to get off Pierce, they're not going to be able to hide behind the shield, but it won't work out. Complexity shuts it down after being gifted the positioning at the beginning of the game. They ride that wave all the way to the bitter end and finally claim a victory for themselves.
It finally works out for Complexity. I mean, this is what we were looking for. They had the zone, but they had to fight their way to hold that superior position from the very beginning of that game, having to go through Absolute Monarchy and then eventually Esports Arena, TSM, Fallout. This was the Complexity we were looking for.
That's right, and it's interesting. We said now or never, time to perform for the next 4 straight games, and Complexity does it for the first of the 4. The question is, can they continue that consistency? But boy, oh boy, actually, we said it for both Complexity and 100 Thieves, and both of them show up in a big way here. That was huge, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case, especially for 100 Thieves, too. That's a team that we've seen even inside of the ALGS really struggle with some of those late rotations, but they ended up in a very powerful position that time, able to scratch quite a few wipes there as well. That was becoming my worry for Complexity, kind of having such a powerful position, but never really being challenged by anyone up until the bitter end. But as we saw, 2 squads coming out right on top of them there, plenty more opportunities for KPs revealed themselves, so it should have been a very healthy game in that department for Complexity by the end of it, on top of obviously the placement of winning the actual game.
Yeah, a busy early game and a busy late game for Complexity here as they end up on top. But Glitter, walk me through this one alongside Blue here. What do we see in game 3?
I think we're getting a little bit of a look here to see what happened to TSM on their journey into the safe area. We did see Guild for Knights able to survive for a little while there, get themselves a few more placement points for the Knight squad, but Knights having an unlucky exit. G2 also struggling a little bit this time around in the zone. I mean, for me, it really is the Cinderella story of Complexity. You can see just how hectic it was getting here between Esports Arena, TSM on both sides of Complexity's building, and all they're left with is this sliver of a corner, which has a doorway in it, so it's not even like they have a ton of cover in there, and somehow Complexity still come out on top between those 2 squads being surrounding them. And then once they were able to move out of the building, their height advantage, albeit a slight one, was massive when the rest of these teams continued to fight, Blue.
Yeah, it gave them a massive amount of overview into the situation, and once again allowed for that Complexity playstyle that we talked about at the beginning of the tournament yesterday. A team that's very smart, very calculated about when they move into these fights, and when they finally jump into the fray, they were able to have all of that overview and really be able to smartly make those decisions to ensure that nothing would go wrong here in the top 4, top 5 teams, and that they would ultimately come out on top, as we saw them do with pretty much no problem whatsoever. A relatively easy shutdown for Complexity because of such a powerful position being maintained by them earlier on, and their early wipe of Absolute Monarchy as well.
Yeah, and they also end up denying the opportunity for additional kill point right there, which looked like Vayne, or I think it was Scurry, last member alive for 100 Thieves, opted to go for the kill point instead of the potential 2 kills plus 3-point swing. Obviously tough to hit a 1v2, but here we go. Results 11 kill first place game for Complexity, 23 points. That's exactly what we talked about and previewed, right? You could do it. You could get yourself in the top 8 contention. You got to do it a couple more times, though, if you want to be in the top 5 contention, because Complexity didn't have the best day, number 1. Same thing with 100 Thieves. Team Liquid in 3rd place with 6 kills, Glitter.
You know, Team Liquid actually did a really good job holding their position the majority of that game. It didn't result in a lot of kills, but they played their position very, very intelligently the entire time. So 6 kills and some really solid placement points for Team Liquid is going to be good for them moving up that leaderboard. But Lazarus up here, a team that we haven't really gotten to see in those top 5 spots slot. Lazarus able to pick up a few extra points. Noble doing well. Exit kind of bouncing back a little bit. But, you know, we're starting to see those teams that are at the bottom really, really fighting to make sure that they get anything they can on the board.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting is 4 of our top 5 teams there were actually teams on the right side of the standings, 11th through 20th place. So big games for the ones that needed it the most. Again, exactly as we previewed going into that game. Meanwhile, another team that could have used it was TSM. They made it pretty far, 6th place, but no kills. So again, that continues to be a bit of a struggle here for TSM, is their ability to make it to like the top 7, top 8, but without kills, without, you know, racking up any aggression, you're not going to really do much in the overall standings. They just have an inability to crack that top 3, which really net you a lot of points. As we take a look at the overall standings, however, it's G2 still on top despite not placing top 10 there. They have enough points, enough cushion to stay on top. XSET sneaks back into top 3 alongside the Charlotte Phoenix. So as it stands, CLT, XSET, G2, Premier, and NRG are your top 5 that get paid. But look at the difference between number 5 NRG with 67 and really number 11 Furia, maybe especially number 10, you know, Esports Arena with 52, Blue.
Yeah, big divide starting to show up between the first and second half of teams here. I think the big story in terms of the overall standings there, like you were saying, a lot of the top 5 just kind of failing to get any points at all from that game, or at most like 2 to 3 as we saw for G2's case there. So XSET actually getting a bit of a minor victory at the end of the day from that one, because they're able to hold on. While they don't have a very highlightable game themselves, they still managed to pick up those additional 7 points. That's going to keep them in the money in the top 5 here, and somewhat competitive as well to push even for top 2, maybe top 1 if they can have another explosive game and a win out of the 3 remaining games we still have yet to play.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. That's the biggest story here. I mean, take a look. Number 8, number 9. Complexity 100 Thieves were seemingly out of the running last game, but now with 53, 52 points respectively, they're 1 more game away from being in the top 5. So Complexity and 100 Thieves completely rewrite their story there in game 3, and still an opportunity to place here, which is just insane to think about, Glitter. But let's go ahead and take a look at a nice little graphic for y'all. Again, shout out to ESL. Hell of a production here, as we got the top 10 leaders in damage dealt. In my opinion, the best statistic that we have in terms of output, and gentrifying one of the best players in the world in output, being able to give so much damage done, which means you can clean up kills. It opens up opportunities. Dropped right behind from Space Station. Wouldn't have expected Dropped and Nocturnal would be in the 2 and 3 spot just based on the top standings, but Nocturnal in 3 is the one I want to highlight, because Nocturnal, in my opinion, is one of the most underrated slayers in the game, Glitter.
This is actually, I am very impressed by the individual players are up here. We've got all 3 G2 players up here. Not that surprising. I mean, the fact that we've got 2 of the SSG players up here, we did see that a little bit when we were able to see the overall damage per team with SSG leading at that 19K mark. But we were just talking about Liquid and how, you know, they played a really, really solid game for themselves in this last match. They played really, really intelligently. They might not have had the G2 level of kill numbers, but they were involved in a lot of poke damage, and they were involved in a lot of smart pushes. So it's nice to see a Liquid player up there as well.
Yeah, the only Liquid player, but well up there in the top 3 overall, which is impressive. So great insights, great analysis and breakdown, and a great situation that we have right now. I hope you guys are enjoying it at home, because this is one of the best competitions I've had a chance to host or cast over. Fun stuff indeed, but guess what? It's even more fun because you could also win at home just for watching by entering into our JBL Quantum Sound is Survival sweepstakes. Type !Gleam in the chat for your chance to win and get hooked up courtesy of JBL, the best sound in all of gaming and esports. And again, just shout out and kudos to JBL for putting this together. I mean, they provide a weekend full of esports content going into the holidays. Perfect timing, so much fun to watch. It's been a blast so far, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case here. And it's been really fun to see how many different kind of styles we've got on the circle as well. It's been really varied between yesterday and today. I'll admit today's been a little bit more leaning in towards those north circles, whereas yesterday we had those south circles. So hopefully we get a little bit more variance here as we go towards the end, as it's leading to a lot more open finishes, which I'll admit are giving us some pretty exciting, top 3, top 4 team finishes here. But overall, wanting to see a little bit more variance than that in our final 3 to maybe give some other teams a chance as well.
Yeah, we'll see if that will come to fruition here. 3 games left in this competition. Will G2 continue to stay on top by fragging out, playing consistent? Will Premier GG, really the polar opposite on the spectrum to G2, play for consistent placements and continue to place in the top 3? That is the question, because guess what? Match number 4 is ready, and boy, oh boy, do we have an even better story than the 2 I laid out. Complexity and 100 Thieves trying to rewrite their fate in this competition. Not the best day 1. Huge pop-offs in game 3, which put them in the running here. So the question is, can they do it again in match number 4? We'll find out, because gameplay is ready as I throw it over to Glitter Explosion and Blue.
All right, let's get into it. The final set of 3 games getting started right now. The final quarter of matches beginning. Let's see who will end up on the top of them, as G2 finally slips a little bit inside of that last game, presenting an opportunity to our teams that have not been able to perform as of yet, such as Complexity. They're finally getting themselves the win. We'll, of course, start out on board with some of those top teams there. G2 still a respectable finish ultimately at the end of that one, as they will be in here. And Charlotte Phoenix as well, another one of our kind of dark horses that's been doing very, very well in this tournament. I believe with 2 wins already under their belt, looking for a 3rd on this drop.
Honestly, of all times for any of our top teams to slip up a little bit, it is when all of the top teams are slipping up a little bit, because it at least it's almost like this little bit of a reset. It gives a lot of points to the teams down there at the bottom to give them an opportunity to start climbing up the leaderboards without shaking up that top 5 too dramatically for those squads that are really trying to keep themselves in the money, as we get our first look at where the zone is going to pull. And you asked for it, Blue. You asked for a little bit of variety, some southernness to those zones, and it looks like we're going to get it.
Absolutely the case here. Going to provide a lot more cover to our teams this time compared to the very open finishes we've had for the majority of our games so far today here. Our teams really haven't had any cover to play with. We're going to go to something hopefully that'll give them a bit more to work with here and won't pressure so many of our teams into the open so early, giving them a chance to fight for top placement here in our 4th game of the day. Looking at G2, no aggression from them this time, trying to force Renegades out of their natural landing positions. So G2 will be fully looted up a bit more quickly this time, and that may also explain part of the reason why G2 kind of struggled to play for positioning, because they did have to spend more time going for loot pickups over by Thermal Station and eventually routing themselves more to the north by Skyhook there, if I'm remembering the game correctly, before they eventually moved themselves into circle territory, and unfortunately just didn't really have good positioning to play from by the time they arrived there. So they're going to go back again to their normal landing zone over by Thermal Station, just pick up the loot there and work again fairly quickly into the first circle here. So they're not going to have to do much work. Half of Thermal Station is on the inside of it, but they'll keep a watch for Renegades in case they want to try to get revenge for that little bit of tomfoolery at the beginning of the last game.
Yeah, we also saw Complexity up north there trying to poke Lazarus down a little bit, just kind of keep them off their backs as they decide to move their way back into Epicenter and really start their looting up. But I think there might get a little bit more confidence now out of Complexity after that really nice win, because I don't think we've previously really seen them go to kind of harass Lazarus at all. So it's nice to see that picking up for them a little bit, as we're now checking in with Absolute Monarchy, moving their way over to No Name, continuing their loot path for now, knowing that now everything's going to be shifting a little bit farther south for them. So they've moved off of Overlook into No Name, hanging out here, getting themselves sufficiently looted up. I feel like this is a little bit of that pause where we've seen some games with a lot of early game aggression. Different teams have been picking it up here today, and now we're halfway through the day and we're getting a little bit of a reset from these squads. Everyone is reassessing where they're at in those leaderboards and determining what they need to do to continue to climb, because remember guys, it's only the top 5 that are getting that money.
And as we were looking at them earlier, Absolute Monarchy, a team that's had a very unfortunate turn of events so far in this tournament. They started out with a bang, winning our very first map, but we really haven't heard much from them since on that most recent game, for example, getting into one of the earliest battles and unfortunately becoming the victim of the aggression from Complexity over in that northeast small village with the 3 buildings. However, we're getting pushed out of that position first and never really had a chance to shut shine there. So we'll see if they can rebound once again and pick up some more points for themselves. As on the first game today, they were able to get on the leaderboard a little bit, just under 10 points, I think, picked up by them, but unfortunately have lost the advantage they got earlier on from the initial win they got on game number 1 of this tournament. We are going to go into a slight engagement, it looks like, between Ghost and the Renegades as they land in the same facility as each other here. Will ultimately back away and allow for reshielding to go on for both players that did take the majority of heat from that, but Ghost already looking for options to head back down the stairs and jump back into the fight if they can figure out where Renegades are going to be positioned at.
And we've seen this end zone quite a few times now. I don't know if you caught it, but it's going to be another lava siphon situation. A lot of squads already land here, and they're used to fighting, you know, talking about Ghost, talking about BBG. Now Renegades have moved in from Tree. They've got their sights set on, we've got NRG over here. It's gonna be another battle for these squads, trying to hold a very limited amount of space, and we've seen this in the past, and the squads that actually started here so far yesterday are the ones that have suffered the most in this zone.
Yeah, once again, the natural beginnings to the start, with the really only exception that I can recall being complexity from our last game, just usually having those teams kind of become the first target for a lot of squads that are landing in the area. That means that they oftentimes end up being the first to be eliminated, as they just either cannot maintain that position past the first squad that engaged on them, they end up getting third-partied, or they outright just cannot maintain against the first squad that pushes against them there. So we'll see once again if anyone can change their fate up in that regard, with all of these teams, once more, as you mentioned, starting to rotate over here towards the siphon, with that being the pivotal point for quite a few of our squads. Space Station, though, already being ones that has to take a less than optimal position under the siphon itself here, as that seemed to be the only safe harbor they could find, trying to quickly rotate in here and be one of the first to arrive, as they've commonly tried to play previous games as well.
Get ready, squad. Got a bandit here.
We did see that there was at least one squad that knows where SSG is, trying to use some arc stars to maybe zone them out from under that bridge area, but SSG decided they're going to still hold onto it for as long as possible and at least wait out some of these fights, as now we see 100 Thieves and Built by Gamers potentially right within the vicinity of each other, holding out for this engagement. We've got TSM off in the distance. You can see Noble over there as well. We did see those Valk rockets coming in that queue, so we'll have to figure out who that was onto. But for now, 100 Thieves have actually found themselves in a pretty solid spot. They've rotated in early and got themselves set up where they want to be, and they also look like they might be feeling a little bit more confident after that last game.
So Ghost waiting for a chance to maybe jump down and leap onto their opponents that also maintain control over this facility right now. But more than anything, to keep overview on the surrounding teams here, make sure no one tries to get too aggressive too quickly, and more importantly, teams cannot rotate into those powerful positions. As you can see, Madness catching one of the items being stolen there by the black market, so he knows that someone's nearby and is able to connect a couple shots in onto these team spots. The Space Station or their squad in the distance there as well. But as we shift our perspective to Lazarus, who are quickly rotating down to the south here. Gonna stop at the replicator real quick for a few upgrades, pick up a few shields for themselves and a few batteries also, as they have the opportunity and the points to build that up for themselves. And I think they're even gonna grab 2 more before they walk away here.
Lazarus has, we've seen them do this in the past, where they take their time with their loot and getting into their position. We'll have to see if it pays off for them this time around, having a little bit better for them a better game for themselves in that last matchup. And you can see there on the map, they are one of the only teams left in the north right now, so they can pretty much take their time, and hopefully by the time they get down there, these teams will have picked each other off. But as I say that, Renegades and Complexity starting to go up against each other now. Renegades already taking out 2, and Ghost decides they want to see if they can third party this, push their way in and try to clean up some of these kills.
Ghost was just waiting for this moment of opportunity here, and they're immediately going to take it as they rush in there. Complexity, though, worse for wear, as they gamble it on the launch directly into the siphon, thinking that no one would be in that position, or at least defending that doorway more than anything, and unfortunately being dead wrong on that. Not sure if we saw the full wipe of Complexity or not, but regardless, we will go down 1 squad here, and if so, might have ended up being Complexity, as they go quite literally from first to last due to a unfortunate missed rotate, or rather an early rotate decision to move in there just a bit prematurely. PGG in a separate facility are just kind of biding their time, as well as are Built by Gamers. The majority of teams in the area are going to continue to do that, as they do have teams close by, but thankfully most of these teams maintain fairly powerful positions to where they cannot be directly pushed at this point, so it is going to turn into that usual stalemate we've been seeing amongst a lot of our other teams here with the south pulling circles.
Can also see G2 down there on the map over by Tree, slowly making their way in, continuing their edge play. Furia is up by Harvester. Knights still holding out. They've decided to not make their way in, right just above Geyser over in that no-name area. We'll have to see how they decide to make that push into all of these squads that are still stalemating each other. We've got that one engagement with Renegades and Complexity, but other than that, nobody really wants to stick their neck out unnecessarily. Ghost with a nice little pickup when that did go down. But otherwise, once again, everything has calmed down. These squads have backed off and are waiting until they are really forced into any sort of an engagement, which I don't know, if that's the best situation when we've seen how these Lava Siphon endings can play out for some of these squads, but all is calm for now.
Everybody kind of just very tepidly holding on to the small amount of map control they do have for themselves. Even G2 is surprisingly kind of just sitting on the outskirts right now, waiting for their moment to jump in here. They've once again been very, very quiet so far this game, as a moment of engagement just really hasn't presented itself to this team, nor a lot of our squads. And with such a strong lock position that they have right now, no real reason to. They do have to move slightly into this next circle here, as you can see it just beyond their grasp. But like I said, a very small push ultimately that they'll need to go for. And I imagine it's going to be pretty similar for a lot of these teams in the area. Kind of spreading their wings out a bit, though, as they have one of their players extended a bit further to try and catch possibly any early rotates for teams that they may not have caught up until this point. Furia also on a bit of a run right now through open territory, could find themselves getting caught by the Charlotte Phoenix, but Charlotte controlling a very big building, so probably more focused on the internal defense more than anything, instead of watching out to try and stop rotates like this. They are going to see it, though, as you can see. They are watching the door, so they'll catch that rift being opened up onto their rooftop, and they'll scan all three of them. Great work by the Charlotte Phoenix to catch this movement from Furia, and that's more than likely going to force them to just keep on going instead of challenging this position that Charlotte Phoenix currently control.
Charlotte Phoenix see those tracers across the way, keeping their eyes on any potential push from some of these squads. They see that caustic gas off in the distance. Furia able to poke down some of those players on high. A position that Furia is quite comfortable with, and it's actually Liquid that's holding it. I think, did he just land that tether on Nocturnal? That was a fantastic tether.
To myself, but either way, nice stuff there if it does connect. You see Furia once again just kind of battling themselves between a rock and a hard place, as they do find a slight canyon to hold off in, where most of the teams, these buildings, are not going to be able to get POV onto them. Knights going to leap into the area as well here, as they're actually just going immediately, I think, for another redeploy themselves. They're going to try to jump onto this balloon if they find this area to be too hot, but never mind. Working themselves in, trying to get a bit closer to the circle here. Will find an open ramp to work up, but as you can see, even they are not fully confirmed that this is going to be open for the taking just as of yet. The team will just inch forward, taking little territory as possible. They know how few teams have been knocked out and how, once again, chaotic this situation can become if they overstep even by just a few feet here. Already seeing one team get engaged upon. One member of Lazarus as well, one of the few remaining. Z Davis trying to loot what he can from this box sitting in the corner, but the possibility of getting tethered alive, well, in fact, I think it might have happened to him, as he does in fact get away from it. Never mind on that one. So now needs to throw out his bubble, though, to revive, as he only has one of their teammate remaining. As far as I can tell, nowhere near him at this point. He's gonna have to leap up, go to another cliff to get closer to Dank. That portal's in the way, but he won't even be able to get close to it, as he's absolutely shredded by multiple teams firing shots in against him to get that KP.
That was a rough position for Lazarus to be in, and especially when you're Gibby, I mean, kind of a big target, and he was unable to escape. We've got Noble trying to use the portal, get some movement here. Madness finishing off the last member of Lazarus in the process. Ghost has been able to hold this spot, obviously, from the very beginning, as this is their landing place. But Noble, when we saw Noble making that rotate, they had very, very low shields. Two of them still on white shields, less than ideal for when these fights all start to kick off. SSG still holding that low ground, content to sit there until it is absolutely necessary to start making their move. And Absolute Monarchy still outside of all of this action, but finding themselves potentially with TSM.
Yeah, TSM just holding on to low ground themselves at this point, as even they can't establish such strong positioning, having to try and pepper in shots against the Absolute Monarchy roster across the way, holding on to the bridge. No Crocs yet, so no capability for them to try and push forward and outright take the fight, so they'll continue to hold by the rocks here as the time ticks down against the build-up here, and we finally see Absolute Monarchy where they're positioned a bit more accurately. We can see a few of them hiding out down below the rocks, while at least one of them takes on the bridge, and TSM is currently thinking about how exactly the best way to approach this is going to be. They will be forced into the the fight here over the next 30 seconds due to the circle starting to close in on them. So they are going to have to make a plan forward. And oh no, that defensive bombardment going to land directly on top of them. So they'll have to quickly scatter and look for a new way to re-engage here against AM.
TSM have enough time to at least get some shields back up. Sung decides to poke from on high, has a nice little angle for himself. As you can see, Stomps also above, being able to shoot down onto those members of TSM.
Verhulst.
Knowing that Verhulst is even higher though. Verhulst in a really solid position, able to at least start chipping away at the people on the low ground, at least keep his squad alive in the process, using his Valkyrie as a little bit of a zoning component there. But Furia hears all this action going down and they're looking to try and get in on it.
Yeah, this fight has been going on for far too long. I was surprised we already didn't have another team trying to jump in and clean up these two squads, but it seems like Furia is going to be the one to do it, and possibly a fourth being added to this as well for catching the tracers correctly. Either way, TSM, props to them for holding on against so much pressure that's been coming in from Absolute Monarchy, as they just haven't been able to get the damage necessary to fully commit to this one. Now finally going to see the fight come to full blows though, as Absolute Monarchy is going to lose one of their own here, but at the same time they traded out against a member of TSM. No shields for either of the Absolute Monarchy players. They will be able to wipe out, it looks like, TSM's remaining roster members, but they've now got to contend with Furia as well. And elsewhere on the map, 100 Thieves wiping out BBG, taking them out of the fray, but now having to survive as they are also engaged in a third-party situation. Absolute Monarchy getting themselves back to full HPs. They are still contending with Fury at this point, with the defensive bombardment coming down against them right now. They've got some tools to use to fend off Fury if they want to commit to the full push. The caustic grenade is available, for instance, and of course a few canisters should be down on the ground by this point. But as you can see, it's a slow process to get them back up to full HP, but Furia surprisingly is hesitant to take this fight, so AM will continue to be given the time they need to recover.
I'm actually surprised that Furia backed off of that. I was not prepared for that, especially when we were looking at that top down. You could see that SSG, 100 Thieves are all kind of on that high ground area that should have vision down below on some of those teams. Maybe they could potentially third party, but perhaps they were distracted by the other battles going on up above. Furia now swapping weapons here, getting themselves a little bit of a different setup going, potentially in preparation for maybe a re-engage onto Absolute Monarchy, who now obviously has fully healed back up themselves. But now we see Esports Arena in a little bit of a predicament for themselves. Duplex almost going down, just barely surviving, but able to back off and use the bubble to at least get shields back up to where they need to be as they try to re-engage, I believe, with Knights. It is Knights. Guild going down to Duplex, who's still surviving with just a shred of health. And Absolute Monarchy and Furia have finally decided to go into their fight. And Furia is the one that comes out on top, even after they allowed Absolute Monarchy to completely heal back up.
Yeah, Furia giving AM the full reset, and even still, Furia just runs them over entirely. I don't think a single member of Furia going down there, let alone being brought to low HP. Esports Arena, though, still contending with a squad of their own, as they've got it down to one of the last members of Knights. Gill just being taken down there. One more still stands tall, though, a bit further back here, and Skittlecakes is going to waste no time chasing this player down, as finally the Knights are dealt with. We enter our top 15 as Esports Arena claim another squad as victims. 100 Thieves trying to get some pressure going on to Noble, while also keeping the heat on Fury. They've got to be careful not to bite off more than they can chew here, as they've got Furia right underneath them, full rights to jump on it, but they would also be put into a very disadvantageous position if they full committed to it. So that explains the current hesitation for 100 Thieves to dive headfirst into a fight versus Furia.
We see that drone coming out with Furia, while Premier, now one of those teams with that high ground advantage, able to kind of look down and deal a significant amount of poke damage. Once that bubble is gone, they're in a lot of trouble. Premier potentially having to switch their focus, though, as some damage is coming in from other areas of the map. 100 Thieves still holding on to this position and trying to poke down everyone that's around them. Right now, you can see so many players going down in that kill feed. G2 taking out Liquid. Ghost, 6 is taking out Fury. I mean, right now, this is that rough rotation period where a lot of these squads, if they didn't have a solid spot, are forced to push through all of these battles. Premier just continuing to poke these teams down from their spot, and we lose 100 Thieves to Esports Arena, finally.
Premier still keeping close watch on their squad across the away here as well. Hill gonna waste no time with the longbow as he's got full rights to just stand out in the open here and pop off shots left and right. Not a single other squad keeping the pressure onto them, so they've got a lot of free damage being sent out here as we moved from the top 15 over the last few moments down to our final 7 squads here. Furia still holding on, and now with Rift opened up, they're gonna try to push themselves forward onto their team and take a whole other fight as well here, with PGG staring down on this and just waiting for a chance to maybe jump in themselves after Furia finishes it off. We are going to see SSG and Ghost engage on a different part of the map as well. We'll come back to that in a second because we've got Furia pushing in quickly against Esports Arena and once again knocking them out with absolutely no hesitation. Premier GG is probably not going to jump into this fight now as some great stuff comes in from SSG.
That was an insane push from Furia. Space Station now making their way out. Furia has just been on a little bit of a tear today, being able to just push through any squad that shows up within their vision. Premier going for that Valkyrie deploy, trying to see if they can put themselves in a little bit of a better spot, but as soon as they land, they start taking damage from behind. The bubble is forced out, but of both squads. So now we'll have to see if they decide to use the time to heal, and it looks like we do see those bats coming out. SSG, Premier, and G2 all on top of each other, where Furia has an insane vantage point and can deal damage to all 3 of those squads.
There's been so many opportunities for another team to just immediately wipe Furia off the table, and no one's taken it. So they're continuing to survive. They're continuing to thrive as G2 also holding off against an outright assault as multiple teams drop on them. The most recent victim being SSG, who gets taken down by them despite the height advantage. But as you can see, Gent really the only one still running for the team now as a defensive bombardment sits on top of him. He gets either a shield swap or a battery going though, and he'll be back to full strength as Furia sits as the same there. They recently took down Resulta with nades being pelted in and are continuing to fire in more shots against the 3rd remaining team, trying to come in from up on top. Should be Premier, but I haven't gotten eyes on him just yet to confirm that. We'll see in just a second. No, it's Noble instead, as I correct myself here. They're going to look to get some serious points out of this one as they'll try to finish off the last rat from G2 and finally attempt to take down Furia as well. And we can confirm it. It is indeed just Gent still standing here for G2 as he's going to sit back in the corner here, giving himself a whole plethora of shields to swap out if the moment of opportunity presents itself. So he's going to sit back and try to take this as far as possible. But obviously, Fury will be keeping close watch onto him and try to pepper as much damage onto those shields as possible.
Yeah, you can tell that Furia knows exactly where Gent is. They tried to put a tether over there. They had Hack paying attention to that side of the zone. But they are eventually going to have to switch their focus to Noble. And look how spread out Noble is right now, trying to cover as much space of the zone as possible, while Gent just tries to find somewhere that he can at least live to see another day. But Furia has zero intention of letting him do that. They're able to clear him out. Now they can switch their focus fully onto Noble. They've got the bubble down, trying to get those batteries off before they have to finish this final engagement. But Noble looks like they're ready to make that push.
Furia with a scrappy game so far. A lot of kills built up by them, and they have finally met their match at the hands of Noble, who are going to swing down the hill here, try to finish them off. Furia trading onto one of them, however, but as we see Rax holding on, but Hakulo has taken down Rax's other 2 teammates here. However, no, it's not going to be enough as we see the Wraith still is up, and they're going to clean it up instead here. Nice stuff from Noble as they claim our 4th map of the day.
Noble, another squad that really needed to get some solid points on the board for themselves, starting off the day towards the bottom, and this is just going to be a massive boost and yet another scenario fallout where those teams at the bottom are taking away those points from the teams at the top.
Yeah, that's right. Back-to-back games where we have an opportunity to shake up the standings, right? Noble and Furia both needed that, and they both get a top 2 finish. Meanwhile, G2, well, they're just going to continue their ascendance to the top, or at least staying on top with another big kill and big point game. But nonetheless, congrats and kudos to Noble and Furia for a top 2 finish there. I want to point something out as the replays pop up on screen here in a second. I think what won Noble that game, obviously a lot of things, but one thing in particular was Furia trying to kill Gent, the rat. May have single-handedly won Noble the game. Reason being, Furia actually had to pop their dome shield, and they had no Gibraltar dome shield in the late game. They were on low ground. I think that cost him big time, Blue.
Yeah, very good point. It got them into the open, allowed for some serious damage to come in from Noble, and that was the initiation right they needed here to jump into the fray and finally get that final fight started. That was ultimately going to be the big issue for them, as Furia had taken on multiple other teams despite a height disadvantage as well, and had won against them. But finally right there, as you said, moving out in the open, while yes, they did get the extra KP for finishing off Jen, they also took a lot of damage from having to step out into the open in the first place, and were never given the chance to recover, as Noble had all that time to rush in on top of them and finish them off.
Yeah, meanwhile, TSM gets taken out early. Unfortunate game for TSM again, and you wonder if that just might be an unfortunate 2 days of competition for TSM. But hey, losing is learning. Hopefully an opportunity for them to continue to mesh as a team. And obviously, the interesting thing with TSM, just one last point on that, is, you know, traditionally Verhulst was on ESA, which is a very aggressive edge fighting team, hard edge. TSM, exact opposite. They're hard rotate, and you know, I wonder if they might just have to kind of adjust their style a little bit to mesh with Verhulst as opposed to the opposite scenario.
Ooh, that's a good point. And if that is becoming an issue for them, at least they have the opportunity in these types of events to work on that and really figure out what type of system is going to help them mesh together, because that's something they want to get nailed down moving into, you know, future competitive events for Apex. That's not something they want to be dealing with for much longer, especially when you can see that so many of these teams have really improved, even in just the 2 weeks from the last split.
Yeah, that's right, and especially heading into playoffs, right? Coming up here soon, we do have a major ALGS competition. If you're just watching Apex for the first time, make sure to mark your calendar and get ready for playoffs next month as we take a look here. Huge gains for Noble and Furia. Not necessarily as big as we saw Complexity last game with a 23 or 24 point game, but just there, right? 19 and 20 points respectively for Furia and Noble. Meanwhile, Space Station, G2, two of our teams that are also on top of the leaderboards, really doing well. That was a big performance, kind of a must-perform game for Space Station, though, I'd say, Blue.
Yeah, not only them too, Space Station holding on there, but once again, Premier kind of sneaking in some points towards the bottom of it itself. A very nice 8 points can be picked up from them, and that's really what's going to make the difference between like third and fourth place, allow you to move up that one extra position. Where we saw it again, the prizes differ by a huge margin if you can move up even those 1 or 2 positions. So that's good for Premier, and once again to sneak those points in. Esports Arena doing the same thing. Unfortunately, they're still a little bit too far behind, so it's not going to make the big difference they need with only 7 being picked up. But Furia and Noble both having some excellent games, and Furia a well-deserved 10-kill game, as they had to fight multiple squads jumping onto them as well and managed to win just so many outright 3v3s.
Yeah, that's big for the squad that drops in the northwest side of the map in Countdown. Nice job from Furia. As we take a look at the second page here, Complexity, 20th place. They get taken out early, so we said you got to perform every single game from here on out. They go big in match 3 with a win. Fortunately, can't repeat that success in match number 4, but there's 2 more games left to do it. We'll see if they can as we wrap up page number 2 and take a look at the overall standings. G2, oh my G, 100 points. They officially hit the 3-digit mark. Congrats to them, and if they can just continue to scrap together elims here, they don't even need a place, they should be able to hold on to first. But Premier GG, I didn't think that 8-point game was going to be a whole lot for them, but it was enough to get them into second. Just look how competitive it is all the way down to 100 Thieves. Noble, Complexity with 53 with 2 games left here. Glitter.
I mean, the fact that we've got NRG and SSG tied at 69 points at the bubble, at that 5th place. That's where our prize bubble is. Okay, they're now battling it out to just maintain themselves there and then not to be dissuaded. 1 point behind Team Liquid. I mean, like you're saying, Esports Arena is not even that far behind, because we've seen them get 2 wins in a day, and they were these last games. That was when they really picked it up on that first day. This is getting closer and closer by the game.
Yeah, that's right. And the only hope for the likes of TSM, I'd maybe throw potentially Complexity and a few others, is back-to-back 25-point games. And even if then you're only going to get a max 85 points and you might barely get a 5th place finish here. Certainly not over yet with 2 games left, but you got to go huge. You need at least 13 kills plus a 1st place finish. Time to turn things up. And hey, you know what? Why not? And if, in my eyes, back to the point I made earlier, if you're TSM, you might be slightly out of the running here. The only chance you have is to go big, play high kills. Why not test the waters a little bit in a highly competitive lobby to see, does a aggressive edge playstyle work for us going into playoffs? Should we consider going back to the drawing boards for this last month of practice? I think now is a good time to test that out, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I think towards some of the later end of the ALGS games, we saw them kind of toying with that slightly, not in terms of an overall play style, but we saw moments where they were more than willing, with Verhulst kind of leading the charge to take some more aggressive fights, to be the one to engage here instead of waiting it out and, kind of waiting until that last second, or when they have an absolute third-party opportunity to jump into the fight there. So I think they have that tendency. They definitely have some thoughts in mind about how to build up towards it. It's just about making the decision of, we want to try and commit to this for these last few games and maybe for these last few weeks of practice before we get into the split one playoffs.
Yeah, that's right. And they definitely have the skill. We know that's for sure. Reps, Imperial Hal, and Verhulst. We know 3 pound-for-pound great fighters as well. So we'll see how they decide to play it in these last 2 games. But we're going to jump to a quick break. However, give the players a chance to rest in a 6-game grind. When we come back, though, we got game number 5. 2 matches left. 2 more opportunities for TSM, Complexity, and the like to skyrocket in the standings. Or will we see G2 and Premier and the rest stay on top? We'll find out after this.
There is always a new challenge, and the hard work never stops. Strive to be the best. Make the most of your opportunities. And enjoy it.
Introducing the JBL Freak Edition wireless headphones. Designed by Giannis.
James, I have to tell you how I feel. I love you, JHB. I know it may sound crazy, but I can see us living together. Well, your silence says everything, James. Goodbye forever.
James. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. I was wearing these awesome JBL Quantum headphones. Look, it's me as a cat. The nose and the whiskers. Isn't that cute?
In 2020, the JBL Quantum Cup brought you the best of the best in competitive gaming. Watch this year's top teams compete, play with the pros, win JBL products and cash payouts. JBL Quantum Cup. Watch, play, win.
Welcome back, everybody, to the JBL Quantum Cup Apex Legends NA Invitational Fallout here, joined alongside Glitter, Explosion, and Blue as we've had a chance to enjoy now what has been 10 games of entertaining Apex Legends, and I gotta tell you, some of the most entertaining games I've seen, Glitter.
To say the least, okay? I mean, these teams are battling it out tooth and nail. They know that they have a very limited amount of time left to really get themselves in those top 5 spots to take home some money and obviously some pride points along with it and the NFT trophy. There's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, don't sleep on that NFT trophy. That thing's a beaut. Who knows what it'll be worth one day, you know? Crypto.
Exactly.
Know what I'm saying? As we take a look here, we showed the damage done stats and graphics earlier. Let's take a look at that kills leaderboard to see who's on top in overall kills. Who's cleaning them up? It's Resulta. My man Gent does the damage. I can't remember if it was Gent or Designful that was in first. Y'all remember in damage?
I want to say it was Gent, actually.
I think it was Gent. I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was too.
I think it was Gent because he's been ratting a little bit from time to time, so I think he's been sneaking off an extra, like, 200 to 300 damage compared to his teammates just because he's on the Wraith right now.
Yeah,
That kind of that would make sense.
But can we just talk about, though, the top 3 kills leaderboard players are all G2. That's insane. Result of my man Gibby. Also, my man's been hitting the gym. Kudos the result of looking great, but he is on top with 24 kills, cleaning him up as a Gibby, which you don't always expect when you don't have a Wraith in your team. I guess that makes sense. Meanwhile, Nathan doing Nathan things in 4th place on NRG. Crook slaying out. You heard yesterday in the interview, he'll talk about how skillful Crook is, how he's able to pull out kills out of nowhere. We also have a headshots leaderboard. Let's take a look and see who has the most headshots. Something tells me Resulta might be on top of this one as well. No, it's Nocturnal putting in work with the headies.
Okay. Not too shabby. I mean, by a big margin, too. You can see how it does fall off down to dropped there in 2nd place. Who is somebody that we also saw in those top damage charts for the individual players. So dropped also doing well for themselves. But Phony here in 3rd place, getting some W action on this top, the leaderboard. Even making a Lazarus sighting. I mean, this is impressive.
Yeah, no, Phony likes to rock the long-range weapons, a little bit of longbow, a little bit of triple take, so I guess that does make sense. But yeah, Nocturnal, talk about accurate. This is kind of one of those cool, obscure stats we don't really talk about often or ever, but it's kind of a neat stat to look at overall. But guess what? We do have gameplay around the corner. Kudos again to ESL for giving us some statistics, some analytical breakdown here, but we have 2 games left, 2 more opportunities, and I've said it for a couple games now, do or die. But quite literally, this is the last game and opportunity for anyone under 10th place to even have a chance at breathing top 5, at looking at even feeling top 5 right now. So of the teams that are on that 2nd page of the leaderboards, Blue, which team do you think has the best chance to do it? Complexity, 100 Thieves, TSM, or the like?
I would argue again, it's got to be like one of those first 2 at this point, just because of the point gap that still exists. I'm hoping it comes out of Complexity. Complexity getting a huge boon gifted to them because of that positioning they had in the 1 game. So you're going to need to try and find something like that once again, as we saw the immediate game following that one. Unfortunately, they ran into issues of just trying to get to positions early once again, and unfortunately paying the price for as they rotate right into another team. So going to have to fix that, but hopefully we can see them bounce back and try to push into our top 5 in these last 2 games.
Yeah, we'll see if Complexity can do it. Dropping over in Epicenter, Climatizer area, northern side of the map. Game number 5 is upon us. And here, last opportunity for the likes of Complexity, 100 Thieves, Noble, Knights, and others to even have a chance. Meanwhile, G2 is fragging. Let's see what they can do here. In game number 5, their second to last game in this competition, Glitter and Blue, take it away.
All right, so let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. As Don was saying, the window of opportunity quickly closing for the bottom half of our teams, but they're not all out of it just yet. Teams like Complexity and more recently Furia having some good games for themselves, still in the fight, still with a chance to claim some prize money here if they can push into the top 5. And that top 1 position is nearly all but secured for G2. That's going to be some of our heavy hitters that have to come in to challenge them in these last few games. And more importantly, try to knock G2 out early so they cannot continue the climb that they have seemingly been on since the later half of yesterday.
And I know we're talking about a lot of these teams that are trying to fight their way into that top 5, but those teams that are already in the top 5 are not about to let that go easily as we get a look here at where the zone is going to go. Currently, very, very much favoring NRG and G2, our squads that are already in that top 5 position. However, we've seen in the past, we saw in day 1, those first 2 zones were this very similar thermal station type zone, and it actually didn't go the way of G2, the team that has been more comfortable playing that edge, pushing in and then fragging out towards the late game. So this will actually be very interesting to see how G2 handles this.
It's important to know too that Circle is going to cut off that small village to the southwest of Thermal fairly early this time compared to the last 2 times the Circle went into that neighborhood, and we saw teams abusing that area quite heavily. As you'll see there, the very first Circle cuts it in half, and the second one nearly eclipses it entirely. So teams are not going to be able to rely on that stack of buildings down there. They're going to have to pull much more into Thermal Station itself, and as we're seeing parts of staging too, but eventually probably ending fairly close to the station itself here, and another very open finish for a lot of our teams here if they're not going to be one of the first to move in and take coverage. Speaking of teams going for the early rotates, it's Space Station once again, immediately jumping into the zone of the tier 2 Circle as they push themselves towards it very early on here from their initial drop zone.
Yeah, SSG have a good drop to make this a nice quick and easy push. Renegades also will, as they're over by tree, so they don't have very far for them to go and start posting up. Now, we've seen G2 avoid that God spot. I'm going to be interested to see if they decide they want that on high spot right now. Noble going for the Valk rotate, trying to get themselves up as Exit also lands in from their redeploy. Exit still hasn't really shown back up for me yet here on day 2 after their performance in that first day, and as a result we've seen them continuously falling down our leaderboard, and there's not a whole lot of time for them to bounce back.
The good news is they've been holding on still slightly, picking up small amounts of points in each of the games so far today, anything between 5 and 10 on average, so they're still just barely holding on to a top 5 positioning, and where some of our other teams have found themselves getting knocked out very early on with 0 points to claim, they have not run into that issue as of yet. So as long as they stay consistent and are able to pick up something between 5 and 15 points for each of these games here, they're still going to be in very heavy contention to place highly, trying to chase top 1, maybe out of the cards for them at this point, as I believe they currently sit in 5th, but still maintaining a high placement is certainly there if we can see one more excellent game for them out of the 2 remaining. G2, as we were talking about this earlier, do decide to go for the God spot up on top in this tower position in the center of Thermal Station. They'll finally take the risk on it and see if it pays off, with so many teams more than likely rotating into this part of the map fairly soon over the next 5 minutes or so, and Complexity actually nearly losing a few of their players to Furia here, as we're going to see at least one get cracked trying to go for the Valkyrie redeploy over this canyon and into the next area closer to the zone.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to find somewhere safe to land so they can get their shields healed back up to a safe place before they continue rotating into the zone. Right now they are safe, so that they want to hold here for a little while they can. It sounds like they're going to set up camp, hearing those caustic barrels start to get put down as Liquid also starts making their rotation towards the safe zone, them favoring that western edge going through Lava. Fisher looking to see if there's any squads in their way, knowing that obviously the likes of SSG come through here. Energy will be here, but Energy's already made that quick rotate into the Rotunda building. They're going to be holding that for the time being in Thermal Station. G2 has dropped down, seeing if they can maybe pick up some more loot before they are permanently relegated to the top of this God spot, because that is the one thing you do have to consider when you decide to post up here this early on, is the fact that without that Loba on their squad, they will be relatively limited with their ability to continuously replenish their loot, so they can't really waste what little they do have.
That actually might explain why Designful is not with the team up on top of Godspot right now. As you might, those of you might have caught it, he's actually a little bit lower, trying to probably scavenge some loot from the lower areas surrounding the Godspot before eventually grouping up with the rest of the team for a late game position here. Team Liquid, in the meanwhile, leaped into the hot zone, of the hot circle here, which is our tier 2 enclosure, already trying to fight for positioning against another team, as they are hot on the heels, it looks like, of Complexity, who once again just cannot escape a fight, as they were being chased earlier by Furia and are now forced into a fight versus Team Liquid. So far doing well, though, to defend themselves here, as we are going to see them quickly take out Flanker. Energy and Ghost also engaged elsewhere on the map. We'll catch up with that later here as Complexity still trying to survive. This was a team that we talked about needing to find that high placement, and they're going to do their best here, fending off the first offenders, as Team Liquid is actually going to be our first team to be knocked out.
You know, it looked like Complexity wanted that engagement. They looked very confident in that initial push against Liquid, so hopefully the tide is starting to change here for Complexity. Massive loot going their way once they're able to finish that fight out. NRG had cleared out Ghost players. I think there may be one Ghost player remaining still that Energy has to deal with, possibly more, but they are taking a lot of damage, and in fact, Rocker does go down at the hands of Madness. Sweet decides to trade him out. They are all so low, though, that they do not have the time to really go for any sorts of heals. Maybe they're going to be able to get that shield swap there on the dead body. The Thermites come in, continuing to take NRG down, and they are in a really tough position.
It's going to quickly melt down what little HP had been built up in the recovery time for Energy's. Rocker still on the ground, finally going to try and change that. It seems like a moment of relief may have been brought here for Energy, as Pandas from Ghost still sits up on top. TSM fairly close to this fight as well, but there goes that push from Pandas now, putting the pressure right back onto Energy as they still control this tiny sliver of the bottom circular tower here, just trying to keep themselves alive, trying to fend off the pressure from Ghost and anyone else that maybe try to challenge them and knock them out early for another 0-point game, which Energy cannot afford to get. There's a stick on the Arc Star as well. That's going to send him soaring back and into his grave as Pandas finally finished off there. That's the end of Ghost, as they'll instead become the second squad to be eliminated here.
That was a huge Arc Star for NRG. But wait, is G2 deciding they might want to go in and third party this?
Yep, great opportunity coming in for G2 here to immediately shut this one down. Designful, he's thinking about it though, as he rotates back around the stairs, sees the bubble in the way, and sees the majority of this Energy roster starting to loot themselves up. Designful, in fact, going to loot himself up a little bit here as he finds a death box on the ground with a bit of ammo for him to pick up. So we'll scavenge that. Jet also still not at full HP, so they have the high ground over Energy. They don't have to worry about being pushed by them, as they can very easily turn that back on its heels. So they're going to just take this territory and be happy with it, despite the close proximity of Energy below them.
You know, both squads decide to back off. NRG doesn't make any sort of a crazy push onto G2. G2 realizes that they came in just a split second too late to really capitalize on the very low health state of NRG. Both of them will back off. Knights now up against BBG, making quick work of them, it seems, as we catch the tail end of that engagement, and that loot's going to be huge for Knights, as well as a little bit of breathing room, continuing to make their rotation into a little bit more solid spot for that end game. And Knights being one of those squads that do need any and all points. They're going to need a much bigger performance than just that one engagement if they hope to continue to climb up those leaderboards, but at least it's a good start.
Yeah, both teams are just going to kind of hold on to things now. Okay, never mind. G2 quickly launching themselves back up into the God spot after taking that fight earlier. They do the ability to open up the rift on the Ashe, obviously, for Designful there. So they're going to do exactly that and put them right back into a powerful position up on top. They're getting so much info right now. And Resulta is going to bleed in for some good damage. But unfortunately, as you can see, it's a fairly exposed position. So these teams sitting up on the cliff surrounding Thermal Station are going to be able to pop some shots off on the G2, as well as we just saw Resulta take a big one from a sniper in the distance. And that might have actually been a Hill there from PGG pulling that off.
The Ashe right now on G2 is so clutch, but speaking of Ashe, 100 Thieves now find themselves in a bit of a rough spot against Furia, a team that has just been so aggressive for themselves today. 100 Thieves are still holding on, both teams down to just one remaining player, and Furia quite low, trying to fend people off with the Mastiff. Only one shell left in that weapon, though. 100 Thieves still have... Okay, they've got the res. Somehow going to get themselves in a better spot with at least one more player, but Furia takes the opportunity to try to push to see if he can capitalize on the res. Unfortunately, Vayne, Scurry hold off Furia and are able to at least survive to see a little bit longer in this game.
Complexity still under pressure as well, man. If Complexity end up in the top of this game, they're going to earn every single position they get, as this team has once again had to fight for every single inch of territory so far, as it looks like they just took out another team pushing against them and still have Energy staring at them now, full control of that tower that G2 tried to assault them on before. Obviously, G2 left it, went back to the tower position up in God spot, and now it's Energy with full reign over this tower for themselves, keeping that pressure onto Complexity in the distance. And Complexity, unfortunately, nothing they can really do about it at this point, especially with a charge rifle well under the control of Rocker here, and I don't think the members of Complexity have such a long-range weapon to respond to that at this point.
Another reset feels like it's coming in here after a lot of engagements. Knights have recovered, and they decide that they are going to be using their Valkyrie deploy so that they can find a solid spot to hold for the future. They are taking a little bit of damage on this rotate, and they have put themselves in a position where we've seen lots of squads struggling. Complexity has perfect angles on the Knights as they land. Noble also getting themselves in the middle of a fight here, and these outskirts of this zone are starting to get more and more chaotic. Complexity now checking back in with them, and they're engaged with Knights, but Knights have turned the tides just a little bit. Monsoon holding on. Shiny still very, very healthy, but Reptar is currently down. I'm not sure. I think we've got maybe one left on Knights right now, so they do go for the res. Least getting themselves in a healthier position, but we see that Arc starts Guild. This player who managed to survive last
it's Energy coming in,
trying to hold on.
Energy coming in for the third party against Complexity. They realize that they're very, very weak and have just been able to down out one of the two remaining members of them as Monsoon goes down onto the ground. Knights just focused on recovering now as they still have Asura that's revivable here, while Joey did get fully eliminated on the Gibby. So reset confirmed here for the Knights. Guild at full HP. He's got to deal with the caustic setup here, though, as the barrels are going down and they will be able to be deployed. Shiny, though, might not be able to maintain. He's just got a sliver of HP remaining, hiding behind his own barrels. That's the only cover he has to play with, but it's enough to get his shields back up to full strength between him and Reptar. Still just that tiny bit of health behind their shields, and Energy also in the midst of this engagement. They too have taken some losses here as Sweet sits on the ground, and they'll be fighting with 2 players left. 100 Thieves in the meanwhile as we switch our POV. They're going to maintain a very, very powerful high ground position over so many different teams. Unfortunately, not a lot of engagement rights here as we see Vayne getting some shots thrown out against him, so they're going to continue to just harass from the cliffside here for the foreseeable future while we wait for the circle to close in a bit more.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, I actually think that NRG was taking damage from G2 in their God spot, and that's why they weren't able to continue with that third party that they were trying for. Now I believe TSM is above NRG in that Rotunda building, and they're going to have to be dealing with them for the foreseeable future. Renegades here just on the outskirts of Thermal. Oh, Noble trying to go for a Valk rotate, unfortunately getting knocked. 2 players now done. Impulse all by his lonesome trying to survive as the Wraith for this squad, but it's Lazarus catching them out, and now they're going to know exactly where the final Noble player is.
Yep, Lazarus just picking them right out of the sky. 100 Thieves, I think, catching some of this as well, so they're going to move in here, try to finish off the stragglers that are sitting on the ground, see if they can get the confirmation for themselves while they try to look for that last member of Noble a little bit further out now in a new position here. 100 Thieves going to find some resistance, though, so they'll have to jump into a new fight themselves. Well, once again, G2 still has full harassment rights from up in top of the God spot there, and you were right. They got the confirmation a few moments ago onto Energy as they wipe them out and save Complexity's tournament lives, as well as they'll still be in it at nearly full strength as they're allowed to maintain those rafters they were fighting at before and recover themselves. Lazarus, in the meanwhile, still moving in. They want the finish off onto Noble as well, but they were contending with 100 Thieves right now and ultimately will decide to fall back for a reset instead.
It's actually huge that NRG does go down, considering G2 obviously still in that God spot now. Have a lot of the squads that are around them are ones that are not in a top 5 spot, so they have been able to kind of keep themselves in the lead by just eliminating NRG alone. TSM over there assisting W. I'm now checking with W and Lazarus. Some of these squads have been playing on the outskirts of a lot of that thermal station action, slowly moving their way in as they are pushed in the zone, continuing to close, trying to find themselves a new position here. But I feel like these outskirts have been so dominated by 100 Thieves. They've been trying to keep as many people away from them as possible, so we'll have to see how this rotation pans out here for all these squads, and you can see just how on top of each other everyone is.
In terms of zone control, specifically 100 Thieves controlling a lot of this game right now here. We're even going to see, oh no, Impulse finally finishing off Noble there, I think, as he unfortunately is going to step a little bit too close into the ring and get finished off by it here. Phony trying to fend off the aggression here now from another team as W is looking to keep themselves in the fight after one of their players gets brought down low. They're going to check out the defensive bombardment and put that pressure right back onto Lazarus, who again is also still contending with 100 Thieves closer to the train tracks as well. So W, quite a few of these other teams are in a bit of a delicate dance here right now, and 100 Thieves might become the kind of advantageous player inside of this fight here. If they're able to leverage the kills properly into their favor for some more KPs to boost up their own points here as we come into the closing moments of this 5th game. And as well, with only one more game remaining, you can tell these teams are going to want to fight for every single KP possible to try to increase their finish positioning.
This triple take could come in handy here for W, allowing them a comfortable amount of ranged poke, but 100 Thieves are just looking very, very comfortable. They have really succeeded here on this edge, and they know, like you're saying, they know that they need those points. So this type of a performance is really do or die for that squad. Renegades dealing some shield cracks as the remaining squads on the outskirts are going to be forced to start making their rotations in across the lava into Thermal Station, and that's Esports Arena across the way there, trying to deal with this as TSM is now starting to try and poke at the squads that are down below. And look at all of these Watson fences.
Yeah, Watson fences, full control for TSM here, as they're even going to bring something different in terms of the composition to try and throw things off a little bit, certainly providing a lot of area defense for themselves. We'll see how it plays out in the late game, though, as it's an interesting switch with the final few games of the tournament. We were even talking about that during the death segment, about how TSM might be trying to play around with the playstyle a little bit, and so once again be a good way to do so as we enter the final, nearly the final 10 teams of this game, I should say, the final half of it. A little bit further than that in terms of the circle closure, but we'll start to see those guys get knocked out very soon, as there's going to be less and less room to play for here very, very soon. And already in the midst of another fight, Arcstar is coming out for the Renegades as they try to survive against the 100 Thieves and press in to their specific part of the map here. But 100 Thieves ready against the first challenge here. Renegades going to try and turn around, and there's a nice stick on the Arcstar. That's going to be big initiation rights for them, as one player will be fully cracked out. 2 more, of course, still at full shields, and a whole other engagement is getting started as well, with Space Station trying to jump in. Meanwhile, Xset and Lazarus are going up against each other also. So many squads jumping onto each other. Complexity, as I talked about before, survived the onslaught from Energy, and they're still maintaining that rafter position they had before, but at the same time, TSM putting a lot of pressure onto them from Energy, as well as G2's old spot up here in the circular tower, with obviously it being defended by all of those Watson gates. 100 Thieves now pushing in, trying to finish off the last members of the Renegades here, but it's actually Phony from W that gets the finish off onto at least one of them. Reps is going to steal away Stoonie. So many of the KPs being distributed evenly for the Renegades roster as some of their players go down, but at the same time, Esports Arena finally gets the finishing blows onto Complexity as they can no longer sustain their spots.
That was a really rough pinch position for Complexity to be in. I mean, we saw just how many squads knew where they were, had angles on them. I think even TSM had a Kraber in hand and was potentially looking their direction with that. So that it was hard. They didn't have a spot they could push out into, and unfortunately in the end they do go down. But now the chaos with 100 Thieves is resuming. Phony with an insane Arcstar following up with the damage. W putting in so much work against the 100 Thieves, and they can no longer hold out on this building. W now takes their position.
Thieves, an unfortunate run for them, as they're one of the teams that were looking to try and make a big impact inside of these last 2 games to try and get in the money, but no longer going to have that opportunity as W denies it from them. But a good build-up up until this point here, just can't sustain in the actual fight. Coming down to the wire, it seems this position from TSM may be a bit more powerful than we even initially talked about there, with the circle starting to close in onto it more. Lazarus going to go to the skies here with the Valkyrie and redeploys. They're down to just 2 players, losing Z Davis in the most recent fight here. Going to find an opening inside of the field. Won't provide a lot of cover opportunities, and they're going to take some heat on the way down, but it's a surprisingly low amount, actually, as they have another team hot on their tails doing the same exact thing they were here. So immediately, Lazarus going to be potentially forced into a fight against Xset. And to correct myself from earlier, the Renegades actually not fully out just yet. I did see one member with their tag running around the corner, so they might still have a rat hiding on this map somewhere for themselves. And indeed, it's going to be Saucer holding out just behind W right now as Space Station leaps forward into another fight of their own.
All of these teams are now pushed out of their position. So many bubbles are being popped as we can see W trying to fight Xset on one side. TSM going for the Valkyrie deploy, hoping to keep themselves out of these fights for as long as possible. But Lazarus with the charge rifle has a couple of those high flyers in their crosshairs. W now down to Fury and Fury alone. So many players are going down in our kill feed right now. Space Station still able to hold on as the new kill leader has now shown up and dropped on SSG. Their positioning and their decision making in these fights for this game have been so good.
TSM desperately trying to throw out the Watson utility here now as they look to set themselves up for one of the final circle closings coming in over the next few moments here. A lot of damage taken from that as well, but look at this matrix they set up for themselves. Lazarus going to try to jump in against it here. TSM at low HP. They're going to throw down their bubble here as Space Station also quickly lurking around, trying to go for the third party once TSM successfully fends off the push from Lazarus. And nicely done there, as I think that Arc Star is going to stick, and indeed it does. That's the push going to be activated here from TSM as they leap into the fray, but immediately Hall is shut down upon trying to go into the bubble. 2 shotgun bursts fends him off pretty much immediately. A second one going down as well. Verholz needs to clutch it out for this squad here now, but no, it's not going to work. It's going to go to Space Station instead. Despite the disadvantage at the start of the fight, they win, closing out the third party against TSM, and they finally pick up a W for themselves at the tail end of this tournament.
This win for Space Station Gaming is absolutely massive. They were one of those teams that was just tied in our overall leaderboards with NRG on the bubble, not in that top 5 spot, but after this fallout, they most definitely will be in that top 5.
Absolutely. That's huge for Space Station. Big for TSM as well. Could have been even bigger, but a tragic ending right there. Not sure if y'all caught it, but obviously you caught the Arc Star stick coming through from Hal. He pushes through to take that about 140, 150 damage advantage. He has about 120 HP total, full shields, maybe a little more than that because I think he had red shields, but gets one-tapped by a Mastiff and dropped immediately. That's the difference between TSM potentially clutching what would have been a really, really tough 3v3 fight, Blue.
Yeah, such an unfortunate turn of events there, because like you said, they had every right to push in. They played it exactly the way they should have there, leaping into the fray once they had that 150 plus damage advantage from the Arc Star, but just such an unfortunate turn of events. Whoever threw out that Mastiff shot, absolutely clutch stuff coming out from that player as it saved their lives both inside of that specific fight and the overall game there to allow them to turn the fight around and win it against TSM. And that's after, again, Space Station was bold enough to try and take the third party opportunity against the Watson setup as well there, with TSM kind of changed up the comp in these last few games.
Yeah, very interesting comp. We wondered and said, hey, maybe we'll see them play a little more aggressive comp. Instead, they go Watson, which is known to be a little more defensive. So interesting things as we see Space Station also with kind of a unique comp running Loba on their team, and it works out well for them there. Kudos to Space Station for winning game number 5. But outside of that, walk me through the rest of this game here as we take a look at the highlights, Glitter.
You know, I feel like one of the biggest missteps, and obviously I don't think we were on their POV when they made this choice, but in the long run, NRG leaving that Rotunda building for however long they were gone and then allowing TSM to kind of take that top floor position, I think that might have been a big misstep when it comes to NRG trying to maintain their spot in the top 5. Like I said, I don't know what happened to make them push out of that spot, but TSM, when they took it over, were able to hold off for so long and get themselves in that top 2 spot because of that position that it made a huge difference. And I'm sure we'll see that in just a short while when it's reflected in those leaderboards.
Yeah, and just a crazy finish for TSM overall. They were in non-stop battles, first dropping on G2 and W, picking up those kills. And then it's Lazarus who they decide to take the 3v2 over. They successfully win that fight, but Space Station recognizes, hey, they're fighting, time to third party, this is our opportunity, flies in and has the slate kind of got them off guard, got them healing advantage, ultimately that Mastiff shot that made the difference. A 19-point game, 7 kills, and a first place 12-point finish will do it for Space Station. That is massive, as Glitter mentioned earlier, as this should be enough to cement Space Station well into that top 5, but it's going to come down to a game number 6 of the day, 12 of the series, and a must-perform scenario, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case, specifically for Space Station versus NRG, as we talked about that matchup before, with those guys being nearly tied in points at the beginning of the last game there. Space Station now with a just about probably going to be a 10-point advantage over them here, so we'll need to keep that consistency up, specifically against NRG and probably a couple teams below NRG's current position as well, if they want to stay in the money here and still be able to walk home with at least the 3K for 5th place, if not more, depending on where they ultimately ended up on the overall leaderboard with that 19-point boost.
Yeah, which we'll find out here in just a moment as we take a look at page number 2 of these game results at least. And of course, in this one, we got XSET in 8th place overall in terms of placement. Unfortunate for them, not able to rack up more kills, but they did get 3 kills and got 5 points as a result of that. So XSET, who was in the top point spot yesterday after our competition, trying to do what they can to sneak into the top 5 as we take a look at the overall standings, and they are still within the top 5. They're in it. 4th place. But boy, oh boy, it's close with Space Station leapfrogging to 2.
Okay, Space Station have now really put themselves in a comfortable position. I was worried about where Liquid was going to be as well, because they were only 1 point behind NRG and SSG before we started that game, and then they went out in 20th in this game, so I was worried it was going to shake up a lot, but the teams below them didn't do enough to really leapfrog, so they still have a shot at fighting their way into that top 5 right now. Between 4th and 8th place, that's where it starts to get really scary.
This is just an insane situation going into game 5, right? I mean, if you take a look, even I'd say 100 Thieves, potentially Esports Arena, if they can go big here in this game and shut down XSET, shut down Charlotte Phoenix, Premier GG, they could potentially sneak into the top 5. And then of course we have NRG, Team Liquid in a good position as well on the fringe. Right now, as it stands, will not get paid. And that's why we keep referencing that top 5, because 5th place is the last place to get paid in that $50,000 overall prize pool. So we'll keep a close eye on this game. Hopefully our observers can keep a close eye on the likes of NRG, Esports Arena, Team Liquid, Charlotte Phoenix, those teams XSET that are right on the fringe. But guess what? It's not just our players that have a chance to win. You can as well by entering into our JBL Quantum Cup Sound is Survival sweepstakes. And boy, oh boy, when you're playing Apex, when you're playing any competitive shooter, sound is absolutely survival. And a great headset, great audio quality is everything. Type !Gleam in the chat for your opportunity to win and get hooked up by JBL. And I keep saying it, I'll say it again. JBL putting together the Quantum Cup once a year. It's at this point, this is the 2nd annual. We've had Fortnite, we've had Apex, we've had CSGO. It's been like a weekend of esports, almost like an esports festival. It's been so much fun to be a part of, to watch. And again, big thank you to JBL, quickly becoming one of my favorite brands in gaming. But did just get word that the lobby is launching. Gameplay is just around the corner. Our final match, number 6, and I gotta ask y'all, who you think is gonna take it? You think and by the way, I want to call out, Glitter called G2 yesterday, 28 hours ago or something like that. From the very beginning. You sticking with it, Glitter?
I am. Listen, we're too far in for me to take it back now. I feel good about it. It's one more game. Come on, G2. You got it. Just help me out here, okay? One more game. You guys have been crushing it the entire weekend. Hold on.
I love it. I love it. And then meanwhile, my man Blue called NRG, also a good pick. And they're also in the running for being able to place top 5. It might be slightly out of top 1. I don't know. But nonetheless, you think G2's going to hold on, Blue, or you sticking with NRG? Who you got?
It's looking pretty safe for G2 at this point, with like a 20-point lead over the next team. So I think Glitter's probably got the win there. I'm still hoping NRG, though, can push at least into the top 5 here. They're still close. A little bit of a rough game there due to a bit of an over-aggressive decision to try to take on Complexity, but we'll see. Hopefully they can turn it around.
Meanwhile, I called TSM, so my prediction's out the window at this point. Let's be honest here. Takes humility for me to admit that. I could have just snuck under the rug. I am the host of this one, not the analyst. I didn't have to predict, all right? I'm just saying. Meanwhile, we got game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, let us know who you want to win, G2, NRG, or do you want kind of one of our underdogs here in XSET, Charlotte Phoenix, Space Station sneaking into 2nd to take it. Let us know your thoughts as we kick off match number 6, our final match of the JBL Quantum Cup. Sad that it's ending, but happy it happened. Take it away, Glitter and Blue.
And as we drop into our final map of the tournament here, it's a good point that John brought up there once again about how, for the most part, the lower part of our top 5 teams has all been dominated here once again by our underdog teams, the teams that we didn't see have amazing placements inside of the ALGS, but are having fantastic results here. Squads like XSET, Premier GG as well, really finding that consistency. And while they aren't having highlightable games, they're still finding enough points inside of these matches to stay in our top 5. And that's truly impressive in and of itself. We're going to go to a little bit of a different spot, it looks like, for our final circle, as it pulls a bit more to the north than we've been going before, with a much more heavier focus on the west side by staging and as well as landslide.
This could be interesting, though. I mean, NRG, now one of those teams on the bubble that needs to fight their way back into a top 5 spot after that last match. SSG, obviously literally right above it with a really solid spot to get into the zone nice and early. W already making their way there. G2 can literally sit in thermal and play as slowly as they could possibly want to and still be able to have their really strong edge game performances without having to move that far. I mean, this, I feel like, is actually going to take a lot for those teams in 5th through 8th. I mean, Esports Arena being one of those teams that needs it. This is going to be a lot more difficult in this final match for them to really break into the top 5.
Yeah, Esports Arena specifically having to rotate as well through some of the most aggressive teams we've seen in this tournament. Those teams like Ghost, BBG, and even Noble to some extent. Those teams have really shown themselves that they are not afraid to any extent to take these early fights. So they'll have to be very careful navigating through that first bit of territories. They try to take initial positioning inside of the circle, and even past that, you were talking about a lot more ground to cover because they are going to be so far away from the actual circle's positioning. W, another squad as well that'll be kind of in the middle here. It's been causing problems for a lot of our squads because of their early rotates, and we saw that most evidently in our most recent game where they've actually picked up quite a few kills and were able to start quite a few successful fights for themselves. We'll see if they do that yet again, as they're already quite close to the position of Space Station, and that might have actually just been a tracer or two coming out from W. No, it's Energy instead. They're trying to throw those shots out here at the beginning of the game.
NRG does have a shot at getting a really solid final game, potentially even a win. We've seen in ALGS past, when NRG has a zone that favors them, they can work with it very successfully. So we'll have to see if that ends up being the case in this final match. And if it is, it will shake a lot of things up. Some of those teams that thought they were previously safe in the top 5 may not be as safe as they hoped. Renegades now making a rotate into the zone as well, though. They're a squad that I feel like we get like these bursts of really, really solid aggression from, and then they get quiet again. And that inconsistency has found them just outside of a place where they can really get themselves into the top 5.
Well, let's see once more if Energy is going to be able to get that one last nice game for themselves to rocket forward into a top 5 positioning, sitting just outside of it right now. Still in our top 10 and still within an arm's reach of the top 5 overall point share, but needing to find themselves a big game to make sure they can push themselves forward like we saw from Space Station in our last matchup there, as they finally got that point boost, that nice juice up that was needed to put them in safe positioning to make sure they're going to take home some money at the end of the day today, assuming that we don't see a massive resurgence from the other teams here. G2 going to be rotating in relatively soon behind a lot of our other teams. We're seeing a lot of Valkyrie positions coming out right now, most notably or most recently from Complexity there on the central northern end of the circle. You can see them moving quite quickly into this big bulk of players we already have holding out inside of the round 2 circle.
We also just saw Premier make their rotate into the zone, opting to go past G2, not really deal with them. They'd rather just find a place to get in and hold, especially when we look at that zone and there's not a whole lot of building cover for these squads to distribute amongst themselves. Premier, though, they did finish that rotation and then find themselves in the crosshairs of multiple teams, NRG being one of them. But Lazarus, we've got Liquid going down now, Furia. Everyone is trying to battle for this limited space blue, and it's gonna be messy.
I mean, Furia just took out half of Team Liquid as well. You could tell it's the last game of the day, clearly, because everybody just trying to pick up as many KPs as possible here in the first few moments. We've got a massive concentration of teams already so close to each other inside of the first few moments, and 3 players are already down as a direct result of that. Crook specifically going onto the edge there under that bridge. He just nearly got taken out, and meanwhile, almost on the opposite end of the map, we've got Lazarus as well as AM going up against each other in a direct 1v1 engagement as well here, with Absolute Monarchy just taking out at least one of the members of Lazarus. Now really going to try to put their feet on the gas as the only one left remaining. Oh, we're even going to see a finisher come out as well against one of them. It's just going to be G7 trying to hold on, and he can't do it as Lazarus becomes the first team to get knocked out, this time becoming the victim of AM.
You know, Absolute Monarchy knows that there are a few of those squads that land up by them on the north side, and they figured if that we're gonna be late on their rotates, they were gonna push through the squads that were up there. Lazarus has been making very slow rotations all day, and Absolute Monarchy took advantage of that, wiping them out, getting some KP on the board early. But now we're back with all of these squads that are trying to hold on to whatever limited real estate they can keep their hands on. And staging already, we've seen defense and bombardments coming down, SSGs, their Knights, their Premiers, their NRG is there. And NRG knows how important this game is for them, so they're trying to get some points on the board.
Going to be trying to claim them as quickly as possible, as we already saw Energy trying to take that more aggressive engagement versus PGG at the beginning. Haven't been able to fully knock them out as of yet, but Monsoon in the meanwhile here moving in, is able to catch Hakis actually as he's in this game as well. He ends up going down as Complexity manages to move them forward here. And we see some more momentum made by Complexity, but they've got to be very careful about how they try to proceed with this once again. So many teams getting so aggressive inside of the final matchup here. As once again, Energy still on the hunt. They're one of the teams that we talked about before that's really sitting just on the outside edge of the prizing pool. So they're going to get hyper aggressive here at the beginning, mostly because they have the position to do so, but also again because they truly need those KPs to keep them competitive here in the event they get swarmed early on and aren't going to be able to secure placement.
See, now the Knights knows that that's NRG, though. They did get a knock. Obviously, NRG recovers, but Knights know that NRG are directly below them, and this falls onto the Knights now to decide if they want to be that spoiler role, right? They know that NRG is potentially in the running if they have a solid last game here for that money, and Knights can choose to take away that possibility if they want to go for an aggressive engagement.
I've seen Knights as well continue to unfortunately fall off today. So they're currently sitting in 16th place, or 18th place, excuse me. Not really going to be able to contend for much in terms of prizing here as they're way too far behind, but can still improve their statistics a little bit if they want to try to get a more of a respectable finish. Most notably still struggling inside of the kill department as their overall average kills has only gone down as the day has progressed here from 1.5 at the beginning of the day to now 1.45. So we played 5 out of 6 of the remaining games. So keeping themselves relatively in the same position, but also losing in place there, which cost them on the overall leaderboard too. Moving away from them though, we've got W, also another team that's trying to see what they can sneak in these final moments, currently in 15th overall for the tournament, as they too are trying to fight for anything they can. 100 Thieves quickly becoming their victim here as they're trying to hold out inside of one of these train containers as W quickly closes the gap, but they too are dealing with a third-party pressure as we're going to see sniper shots coming in, dealing some serious damage to Fury and knocking out at least his shields here.
You know that W wants to be able to continue this push. 100 Thieves still unable to get Scurry up yet. They're trying to at least fend off W to give themselves a little bit of breathing room so they can go for that res. It's just not looking likely right now. You can see that there are some squads with angles on Scurry. They are able to get the Ashport, which will give them some space back off of that fight for now. And as I say that, Noble cleans up on Scurry. They tried to get the Ashport. It did not work. 100 Thieves now really on the back foot, but checking back in with NRG. More and more teams are coming in from these surrounding angles as time continues on in this game, and NRG will have to fend more squads off from their backside. TSM now looking to make a push here, trying to get some points on the board for themselves and looking a little bit more aggressive. This is actually BBG, who already have a player knocked, so TSM should be able to clean this up.
TSM though losing all their shields in the process, but now reveling at the fact that they do have the Watson here, going to be able to secure themselves a lot more easily on the inside of the building. After a member of BBG also gets dropped down just across the way, they're already going to thankfully be able to recover the banner, so maybe a moment of revival to come later on in the game. But overall, TSM also having to back up because of the damage they take from that fight, knocking out all of their shields and forcing them to go for a slight reset here, a momentary one as well, as they also need to kind of compose themselves, figure out who's still surrounding them, who they might have to worry about jumping on top of them over these next few moments, as well getting the free shield revive, although however slow it's going to be there from the Watson ultimate as they sit back and just try to bleed themselves up a little bit while also fighting against BBG still sitting across the way.
That pylon right now for TSM is actually incredibly clutch, considering that it's not only regenerating their shields and saving them a lot of their resources right now, but obviously also intercepting any of those nades that they have to deal with. And with how many squads are in the area for now, that's going to be a huge benefit. The fact that they did decide to try and bring Watson in here for these last games of the tournament. Now we can see we've got Furia in the area, G2 in the area, and G2 has been waiting on the outskirts for a lot of these engagements to start kicking off, see if they can maybe third party some of this. They do have some decent angles on the squads below, and there are a lot of potential KP to be had if we can get some of that last game typical G2 aggression, and you know they want to hang on to that top spot.
BBG in the meanwhile just opened up a rift and ported themselves directly on top of TSM, so they're going to take this for themselves. Obviously you guys probably caught it earlier, they lost Wicked from an earlier engagement and nearly lose both of their other remaining players as well, trying to transition to the top of TSM's hold, but they do make it. Obviously gonna have to take a step back to regen, and unfortunately won't have a whole lot of room to play inside of here. Both the doors already blown out, and that's a very small amount of internal space they have to play with. The drone coming in, I'm going to assume that's Furious. As far as I know, that's the only crypto we have in this game right now, but we'll try to catch up, see if anybody maybe made a comp change for the last one, and catch up with that drone a little bit later on, as we've got plenty of players trying to see what's going on between TSM and BBG right now. And obviously, if there's going to be an opportunity to, they want to leap onto this and wipe both of those squads out. Knights, I think, being one of them, holding on the upper cliffs here, waiting for the ring to force them into a new position.
I like the way Knights look right now, though. Knights have been willing to do a lot of poke damage. They're in a good loot position. They've got a good spot in general within this zone that they can continue to hold for a decent amount of time, and the angles that they have on the teams around them will at least provide them with the ability to choose when they want to go for those third-party engagements or not. Now checking in with Charlotte Phoenix, though, who's still on the edge of this zone. Looks like they are looking the way of Esports Arena. Both of these teams wanting to do well in this final match on top of everything else. So this actually could be a very important fight right now.
Plenty of our top 5 contenders also still fighting to make sure they get a respectable number of points so no one can eclipse them in the final game here. PGG was one of those, but I think they unfortunately might have been knocked out here. I know for a fact they lost at least some of their roster earlier on and are trying to maintain as much as possible, but I did see another one pop up in the kill feed. Unsure if that was the last one or they might still have a rat somewhere on the field here. Regardless, though, we go back over to G2, currently has the high ground advantage in the main battleground of our final circle here, and you can see already Rizolta just popping off shots left and right, getting the purple upgrade to his shield. I'm sure the red won't be too far away, and Esports Arena is still trying to maintain, still trying to fend off that push that we'll certainly be seeing jump on top of them soon from the Charlotte Phoenix roster. And here we go, ready to assault, ready to go into the building, or at least it appears that way, but they call it off at the last second despite the Beast of the Hut being triggered here by Greek. They're just going to stay inside of the same village and see if they can scrap themselves into the building across the way here to reset for a better engagement later, and that's a good opportunity to start it here as Nock loses half of his shield, but without the crack, won't see anyone else push forward.
Esports Arena and Charlotte Phoenix continuing to get closer, looking to finally commit for this engagement. Crack comes out instantly out of Skittle Cakes with the Mastiff, and Charlotte Phoenix looking like they've taken a decent amount of damage, but having enough time here to get some bats off as they decide to move downstairs and try to follow up with some of this push, but Stink goes down. Greek goes down. One left right now. Esports Arena not looking as healthy themselves either. However, they are able to finish off the rest of the squad and hopefully get themselves a little bit of a reset, but they also have to deal with the potential other squads that heard that fight on the edge and looking for maybe a third-party situation.
So depending on the fate of PGG, if they were fully knocked out or not, that's now 2 out of our top 5 teams eliminated in the first 5 teams to go in this game. So that's a lot of opportunities for those lower level teams. You got guys like Energy and whatnot sitting right on the edge of it in terms of points, with a great opportunity to eclipse them and try to take positions themselves. Complexity, another team that's going to be looking to try and do that here with one final big game for themselves as they move in. They're getting some pressure against 100 Thieves and will be able to knock them out. Will cost them Eye Shiny though, but he's not dead yet, just down. So might be able to bring him back up, and indeed Monsoon's going to be taking care of that right now as Complexity tries to quickly go for a reset to bring them back to full strength. I don't think any other team putting pressure on them at this point either, so they should be safe to fully regen.
Where was this Complexity yesterday, Blue? Where were they? This is such a better performance. They're handling their engagements like a really solid unit, and they've taken out some heavy hitters in the process. Combining that with their win, had they had this type of performance, we might be having them in our top 5 conversation. But now checking in with Furia, continuing to deal a lot of poke. I've seen them pop up in the kill feed just a little bit here too. Absolute Monarchy trying to gatekeep right now. Looks like still fighting with W. Phony is down, and they're trying to see if they can maybe outlast some of these bombardments, but Absolute Monarchy have them pinched inside of that car.
Once again, Furia being one of the few to bring that drone in on the crypto here, so they're actually going to be one of the heaviest in terms of intel. They're going to have the best idea about what this entire area looks like and where they might be able to jump into an engagement. Nice plays from Absolute Monarchy, though, as they move in and engage in a bubble fight against W and absolutely rip them to shreds. Very little damage, if any at all, being done to the AM roster inside of the main bulk of that fight. Beautiful work as they push them out, but now need to get ready because Furia sits directly on their tail.
Those Mastiff shots were rude. Okay, he just melted the entire squad. I believe that was Stomp's insane push from Absolute Monarchy, but like you said, they will now have to switch their focus over to Furia, who has been looking quite comfortable in their spot, but now Esports Arena fully healed up, looking to potentially push in on the Knights here, who have been holding this building for quite some time, while on the outside, BBG also look like they're in a little bit of a sticky situation. Knights now taking a lot of damage, and Esports Arena looking very, very healthy, looking to push inside this building and hopefully deal some more damage. We've got the barrels coming out, the thermites in play, massive shots coming through, and Esports Arena are continuing this push without even so much as flinching. They take out the Knights.
Knights go down in 12th positions. They're going to get about 2 points for this game, as they do take 1 kill point with them as well here. But it's now Esports Arena that currently have the kill leader spot, as we saw that pop up just before we switched away as well. And they're going to try to continue the rampage for themselves. Furia also engaged currently against BBG, and I believe they were down to 2, so that should be an easy fight for Furia to clean up. And indeed, there we go. Hakula takes out both the remaining members of that team, and BBG unfortunately going to go out with no kills to their name this time around. Esports Arena challenging our most dangerous squad yet in this tournament here. G2 sitting on the other side with a nice arc star just going off right in the middle of the Esports Arena stack in the bubble there. G2 though knows what sits on the surrounding areas around this, knows that if they try to go directly for the fight, they'll be at low HP and likely get third parties. They're holding back. They're going to let ESA reset and go for another engagement later on.
We saw that G2 was checking in on where Complexity is. We saw that NRG has made a little bit of a push forward. Furia still holding on to their spot on the bridge. You can see Gent here quite wide from the rest of his squad, but able to get some different angles on that Esports Arena squad, as G2 looks like they are potentially going for a re-engage now with the defense and bombardment coming down on Esports Arena. They've got damage coming in from NRG. They're getting pinched between both of these squads right now. This is a dangerous position for Esports Arena to be in.
Esports Arena really looking to try and make the best of this final game, and they're going to leap into an engagement head first against G2, but Resulta's ready for that. Get some great massive shots in here, and G2 fend off the assault entirely. That's going to knock them down, knock them out of the fight in 10th place. But with 5 kills to their name, a respectable number of points, unfortunately, may not be enough to get them in the top 5. Energy as well, trying to get the third party, but G2 seems ready for it. No, never mind, it's Energy that comes out on top of that one, so G2 now out in 9th place with 4 kills to their name. Might very well secure them that first place finish and the tournament, but Energy still looking to bleed into the top 5 here as well, all the way on a rampage of their own as they take out the most dangerous team in this lobby.
I'm telling you, NRG is one of those squads that when they get the zone, it's almost most certainly a game that can go their way. We see that right now as NRG has just been handling every single team that has been around them. They waited that one out perfectly, timing their third party so that they could clean up G2 with ease. Now switching their focus onto Complexity, who's made a little bit of a rotate into a different spot here. And they are stuck between a lot of different teams who have angles on them. You see Renegades down low. Furia should still be at least in the general vicinity of their bridge, but they will have to push down soon enough. TSM now also on that low ground, and NRG, I don't even know where they've disappeared to at this point. They're still trying to keep themselves in the running for that top 5, though.
So many squads taking heat there, and I think we're finally going to see Energy get bled out here. Absolute Monarchy also going down in 8th place. A respectable final finish for this team after they struggled to save for our first game where they picked up the initial victory of the tournament. There's Energy out as well, only with 2 kills also in 7th place. We'll have to catch up and see if that made enough of a dent to put them into the top 5. TSM was really trying to reach for points here in these last 2 games. Did great work in the last game, but maybe running into the bitter end here as we enter our final 6. Ghost trying to put the pressure on a Complexity at the same time, but TSM now holding off against the Renegades. TSM not dead just yet. They've got 2 players standing tall, but not enough HP to win out the fight. It's Sorcerer that clutches the 1v2 with both the TSM members at low HP, and he's now got a slight opportunity to try and bring his players back into the fold as well. But Furia hot on the heels of these guys. They're going to try to go for the quick third party, mop this one up, as they're also looking to get a big game going for themselves to push into the top 5. Monsoon, the last alive for Complexity here, as he's lost Reptar and Eyes Shiny. Fends off the first player trying to get aggressive, but another immediately leaps on top. It's Pandas from Ghost that takes him out. Furia, one of the last teams in this now, aside from Xset as well. A team that's been quiet so far today, but is looking to make a big bang in our final game of the day.
This is going to be scary for those squads who are out and in the top 5. Xset, one of those teams that can very much make a huge jump up the leaderboards with a win here in the last game of the day. And Xset are looking very, very comfortable with their positioning. They know where the rest of these two teams are. They have got their sights on them, and they are very, very looted for themselves. Alternator in the hands of Kenny. Ghost is one of those teams, though, and Furia, all three squads fully healed up at this point and healthy, so this is going to be a headbanger for the last fight.
Like market going down as well to maybe provide an opportunity to quickly swap something out here. Maybe swap a shield or get some more mats going for Clay. Ammo as well could be in the cards. Problem for Furia, they're still under all of this. They need to figure out a way to get back up on top, which is going to be found very easily. All the usual routes to rotate up will be under heavy watch by Xset here, and Furia just hoping they can find an opportunity to do it. Thankfully, they do have the Ash. They're going to be able to rip open a tear and get it done that way. But once again, we'll see that defensive bombardment come down. It's Furious as well. They're using this as a distraction to bring their players back in, and it did lead to the death of at least one member of Ghost here. They're now being surrounded by Xset. If Furia was going to make the portal jump, they need to do it right now. And as well, they're going to throw in the EMP as well. This is a great way to engage against Xset, but the path they'll take is quite obvious. Furia ripping them to shreds, though. That's one member of Xset down, trying to go for the second as they've lost one of their own as well. It's over to the shotguns now, and it's going to be enough as Furia closes out the final game of the tournament with another aggressive swing across the map. Lots of kills going their way as well. So that's going to be a big boost to Furia's points and might just be enough to put them in the top 5.
If Furia did not have Ash in that situation, there was no way that they would have been able to pull off that win. That was a massive, massive push at the end there, Fallout. Furia making waves in our final game.
Yeah, and Furia had 58 points going into that. So unless they had a ridiculously high kill game, dropping a 25-point potential, it's going to be tight. I mean, you're right, though, Blue. That might be enough for them. Meanwhile, what a significant performance for Xset, who going into that game was 4th place overall, and Xset had 79 points. A second place finish for them certainly will help significantly. The question is it enough to top G2 at the top of things? I am dying to see these overall standings. It's going to be a crazy finish, but talk to me about that one. Break it down for me, Glitter. We're going to be jumping into highlights here in a second. What worked so well for Xset and Furia?
Furia had a really solid position early on, and they used it aggressively. They didn't just hold that passively. They had to scare so many teams away from them that were rotating in their general vicinity, to the point where a lot of teams like, you know, we just don't want to deal with that headache. I feel like we actually didn't even get a chance to see just what Xset had for their plans, because there were so many other fights happening in the area, Blue, that Xset, I feel like, was almost able to just capitalize on the chaos, get themselves in a solid spot, and hold out until they really needed to make that push.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of assuming that this is going to be ultimately a very low kill game for Xset. Obviously, we'll get it confirmed in a second when we see those game results, but didn't really see much of them on the overall kill feed, as they were holding a different rotate path compared to a lot of other teams like Furia, who was moving in and being very cautious about the fights that they would ultimately take, but took a lot of them. And I think the main reason why Furia had so much confidence there, they bring the crypto. They have the advantage of all the intel coming in for that drone. So despite such a chaotic situation, there were so many teams in the area of our final circle. They, for the most part, knew where everyone was and knew where the fights were going to go, so they could kind of control that pacing in the final few moments of the game.
Yeah, and the fact that G2 did survive to top 9 and did pick up so many kills along the way. I mean, talk about securing your own fate and destiny. G2 performing so incredibly well. Meanwhile, Complexity, a team that tried doing everything they can to maybe break into the top 5 with a miracle performance. They got a few kills, but the kill leaders at one point ended up getting taken out. And then, of course, we led down to this late game. 2 squads left. Furia versus Xset in a 3v3, and it looked like it could have been Xset that won it, but Furia clutches up, Glitter.
I mean, I'm telling you, that was so good. The Ash is what made that play. And you were saying it while you were casting, Blue. There was a perfect time where they had to use it, and if they didn't use it in that moment, then there was just no way they won. And they waited it out. They made sure that there was enough damage dealt to both sides. One team went down, and then they pounced essentially on Xset. I mean, huge win for Furia.
Yeah, Ashe, very similar to Wraith, but with a very aggressive kit compared to Wraith that does damage, can snare with the arc snare. Obviously, teleport's not going to go as far, but it's instant, and that's a big difference. And you see Ashe being used by quite a few teams. G2 leveraging Ashe. I think people, you heard in the interview actually, for those that were with us from Designful before the tournament kicked off yesterday, he said people don't really realize all that Ashe can do yet. People are starting to slowly realize it, but we're a big fan of the Ashe and Valk meta, and it's currently working out really well for G2, currently sitting in first place. And you got to think at this point, I don't want to call it by any means, but you got to think they did enough to secure first place, Blue.
Yeah, especially considering that even before that game got started, they were already leading by about 20 points. That means that someone from 2nd to 5th place would have had like a massive game comparable to G2 themselves earlier on in this tournament when they were picking up 15 kills a match. And unfortunately, I just don't think anyone brought that performance to the table. I brought it up at one point in the match. I'm pretty sure that we had 2 out of 5 of those teams, Charlotte, Phoenix, and PGG, were already out among the first 5 teams to be eliminated there. So it was going to be very, very tough to beat out G2, and I'm not sure if anyone was ultimately able to accomplish it.
Well, was Xset able to do it? Any other teams in that last game? Let's find out, because we have the announcement ready. The winner of the JBL Quantum Cup 2021 is, and the suspense is killing me as well, G2 Esports. They do it. They stay on top with a dominant performance from start to finish. What a show from G2. Over 36,000 damage dealt, well above the rest of competition. G2, the controller boys, on top, taking home the $25,000. And look at the plays that they made throughout the entirety of this tournament, Blue.
Yeah, absolutely the case. From game 3 onward, they were very much the highlight of this tournament here. Absolutely not afraid to take any fight, any players they would run into, holding the edge of that circle and always moving in last here, but oftentimes finding such an advantageous position that no one could stop them. Needless to say as well, winning so many direct engagements versus squads as we saw other teams just trying to avoid them at a certain point because they were such a lethal force to be reckoned with. G2 absolutely deserved here as they picked up by far the most dominant run of any team in this tournament.
Yeah, and these highlights are just insane. I mean, you just watch, it's like a running montage that they were able to put together in just 12 games of competition. How well did they fight for each other, shoot for each other, the damage that they do? I mean, there's no team like G2 in terms of pure output. And take a look at the standings, no team even close. 113 points for them. Xset sneaks into the 2nd place, but look at this. Furia is able to break top 5 with that finish, Glitter.
That is what, a 7 position leap. I think they were in 11th coming into that game, and then with the win, they end up in 4th. They went from no money to not even the bottom. They still get 4th up. That's a huge, huge jump for Fury. I mean, SSG, they get knocked down by Xset out of 2nd place because of Xset's performance. So Xset getting a little bit more money in their pocket as well. And Premier GG just barely hold on. NRG are unable to eclipse into the top 5 spot. I mean, this was so the opposite of what I think any of us expected, with the exception of, you know, me saying G2 was going to win, minus that.
Besides, you know, Glitter called it from the beginning. the humble Glitter explosion. No, I'm just kidding. You deserve to brag, girl. You deserve to boast. Kudos to Glitter. We got to give her hype. She predicted this from day 1, the beginning of the broadcasting competition. So big congrats again to G2. Let's take a look at the prize pool and remember exactly how much money each team will be taking home. I mean, $50,000, 25 grand for first. Congrats to G2. 10 grand for second. That's going to be Xset. 7 grand for third. 5 grand for 4th, that's Furia, and 3 grand for 5th, which is going to be taken overall by Premier GG, who played so consistently well. Kind of the opposite type of story from G2, playing for placement almost every single game. But kudos to our top 5 teams taking home a part of that prize pool. And guess what? We are going to be blessed on stream for the 2nd time in this 2-day broadcast with an interview with none other than Designful from G2. Designful is almost foreshadowing, brother. You joined us for the broadcast. You talked about how confident you were, and you guys ended up on top. How does it feel after winning this competition? How are you feeling right now?
Feels good. Feels good. I mean, we were kind of asleep there the first 4 games, day 1, you know. We had to pull it back and come back today. I slept for like 15 hours, so I was still asleep mode, and we brought it back. 19th place to first. So.
That's awesome.
some impressive stuff to be sure. And I'm curious to see what you guys changed up there. Obviously, we saw that kind of harsh circle against you with the presence being focused heavily on thermal stations, specifically for those first 2 games, and still kind of struggling a little bit for game 3. But what changed up for you guys to finally kind of lock it in and pick up such an aggressive streak of games towards the end of day 1 and even starting out the second day here?
Well, I was asleep. I told you. Game 3, we died very early in like 15th place. I have a setup, like a workout setup behind my gaming setup. So I muted, full muted, went, hit the gym real quick, you know, came back, rejuvenated, and it was wraps from there. I swear. Like we were dropping 15, 15. It was crazy. No, I'm swear to God, I muted up.
You're telling me you literally hit the gym. You literally did in between games.
Yeah, I did.
Wow.
I did. I had to wake up. My calls were bad.
Okay, first of all, I want to thank you, okay, for making me look good. I said you guys were going to take the whole thing. I appreciate that. Making me right here. Now, moving forward then, I guess, to future competitive Apex events, now that you've unlocked the secret of having to work out while you're competing, is that the new strat so that you can continue your wins?
Oh, you best believe I woke up today and I worked out before we hopped in today as well. So that's the key. It gets the brain flowing. You got to get a good meal. You got to get the blood flowing, you know, in order to, like, you know, be smart.
Yeah, laughs aside, I'm actually right there with you, brother. I'm a big believer in exercising before you work out because it definitely does help you stay sharp, especially if you're the IGL, especially in Apex, dude. Like, I want to ask you about that. You know, 2 more questions for me. I want to ask you about being the IGL for your squad, really calling shots in a game like Apex is probably harder than almost every other FPS because things happen so fast and every call makes such a difference. What's it like being an IGL? I mean, do you feel the pressure? Do you enjoy it? Just give me a kind of a rundown of the experience as an IGL for a squad.
This squad, it's super fun to IGL because, I mean, sometimes I still have glimpses of the past when I was an idiot, and I got Gent and Jordan there to also help, you know, and like the input that they put in, it just, everything mixes and it works together so well because we've been playing together for so long. It's just great. It's fun to IGL these guys.
I love it, man. I give you a question asking about you as an IGL specifically, and you could have made yourself sound like a genius, but instead you give the kudos back to your teammates. I respect that, brother. Last question for me is actually 2 more questions I have. I lied to you earlier. One quick question, though, just around your guys' aggressive play style, your edge play style. Would you say that you guys are kind of the hardest edge fighting team? And what's the mentality like? I mean, if you see a 3v3, are you taking that fight with aggression? Are you going into games purposely saying, hey, we need to play more aggressive than we did last game? What's kind of your aggression play style like?
That's what we used to do. Any team that we saw, we instantly sprint towards them. And well, we could kind of do it a little bit. We get away with it now because we have the Valk to get us in, and we were doing that for a while, and it wasn't working because we would just get held out by Valk teams. But I mean, it works now, and if it's a fight we know we can take and we get a good amount of damage, we'll take it. But like, it's not just see somebody send them anymore. It's like recognizing who. Like last game, we were looking for SSG because we knew they were the only other team that could to overtake us if they had a big game. So it's a lot more calculated now than it used to be.
I like that. Good perspective into the minds of G2. Thanks for explaining. And then last question, just a fun one. 8 G's in your bank account, brother, each of you, a little over eight grand. What are you guys gonna do with that money going into the holiday season? Save it, spend it? What you doing with it?
I already spent it all on Christmas presents, you know. I had to treat everyone that's like supported me on this journey. So it's kind of nice. I paid off everybody's Christmas presents now, and I'll be using it for the flight home to go see the family and friends, and I'm sure the other boys will be doing the same.
I love it, man. That's awesome. Well, enjoy spending it. Enjoy celebrating. Obviously, a great win, but you got a lot of work to do going into the playoffs. So best of luck to y'all. Excited to see if you can run it back in the playoffs again next month. But again, congrats.
Thank you, guys.
There you have it. Designful, the IGL of G2, one of the best personalities we have in Apex as well. The Roller Boys, they do it with the first place finish. Kudos and congrats to them as we start to wrap up here, my friends. What a day it's been. So much fun casting and hosting alongside y'all. Always a pleasure. Any final thoughts or words? Glitter, starting with you.
I mean, that was a good last Apex event to round out the year. You know, I said that it felt like it had already been too long since we got to enjoy some competitive Apex. All the players really brought it. They made it incredibly entertaining for obviously myself and Blue to cast over these last 2 days. And a huge thank you to JBL for putting the whole thing on. And of course to you two. I love working alongside the two of you.
It was a pleasure getting to jump into Apex once again here. Had a blast. And once again, great to see so many of the teams that are going to be at the ALGS Split 1 finals here. That nice like little preview of some of the action we're getting in a month's time. Can't wait to watch that when it comes up as well here, as I think we're going to be seeing a lot of teams try to adjust based on the results this weekend. And we'll have to see how that comes out, because we had a lot of surprising teams ending up topping out the charts here today.
I'm just going to say ditto to everything y'all just said. Completely and utterly agree. Great to be casting alongside y'all as always. But again, the largest thank you goes to JBL, putting on the 2nd annual Quantum Cup and really putting on a treat, giving us as gamers, as esports fans, something to look forward to every single year before the holidays. Kudos and thank you to JBL for a great show. And hopefully we'll see you again next year for the 3rd annual JBL Quantum Cup. And on behalf of myself, I'm Fallout, joined alongside Blue, Glitter Explosion, our entire production team, and the entire Apex family and community. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll catch you next time. Have a good night, everybody.
When I'm in an important match, my JBL Quantum 1 headset delivers the 3 things that I need the most: sound precision, communication clarity, and total comfort. I can hear my enemies reload, planting the spike, their footsteps, and even more. Echo canceling, make sure you're heard loud and clear to rally the troops. Active noise canceling eliminates outside noise so that my team and I can keep our heads in the game. Premium memory foam ear cushions, perfect for intense gaming sessions. JBL Quantum 1, sound is survival.